Hey James, how's it going? I'm still finishing setting up. We'll get started here in just a few moments. Okay, okay. Yeah, I'm not gonna mess with it. Okay, never mind. I changed my mind. I was looking at adjusting the vertical a little bit, but I think I'm going to cause bigger issues if I try that. I gotta finish this up real quick. So I need two more. Yeah, that's what I was using. Alright, so what are the things? I'm just trying to get this finished. Participate 2, capture fireball mortar. Yep. No, Order's going to capture it because they're not standing in the objective. I'm fairly certain I can't fully uncap this. How? How is he immune? Like, he caused collision. That's literally what the ability is supposed to prevent. Oh, this doesn't make any sense. Well, the kill's one at least completed. I very much doubt I can... Yeah, I can. Yeah, I realized I didn't have this completely done, so I want to get those last 50 war crests on this character. Because as much as like I had fun playing this last night, I wish I could play ranged and it didn't feel like shit. I doubt to do a BB in a couple hours. Yeah, sure.
Pray for mutation.
We're gonna try this, I think. I think Masterwork is on around 7 EST. Yeah, I'll be on that. I'd be down to do a BB then. I was also considering doing like a traditional Squig Herder build since the range DPS is coming or range DPS rework is happening, so I was considering maybe doing, like, actually trying the squig, even though I hate it. Why do I hate range squig herder so much? How much time you got? You got enough? You got enough time for this? Hold on. Let me open up the Google Doc. All right. All right. So as I see it, there's 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9 major problems with squig herder. Specifically range squig herder. Well, okay, not specifically. One of these is, well, at least one of these is not range squig herder related. Yeah, I know. But mostly I'm wanting to try it because while I know I'm not supposed to know anything about it, I do want to see how it currently feels versus how they are going to change it. And I won't actually know how it feels after the change until I test it after the change. That's mainly why I wanted to do it. Because I really do like Squig Herder. When I originally played the game, Squig Herder... I didn't like goblins. They're just ugly little creatures. I didn't really care for them, and Destro's gonna just sit in the field in front of them and let Order take the cap? Is that what's gonna go on? Is that what's gonna happen? Hey, they're inside! Yes, this changes. And they only said that July is the start of the range DPS rework. They didn't even say that, like, we're gonna get everything in July. But yes, I have 9 things, and like some of these are interconnected, so I still haven't finished because I'm working on a video of like the problems with Squig Herder currently, and also to say that ranged Squig Herder is, without a doubt, on destruction, the strongest single target damaging class in the game. There we go. I think all I have to do is participate in this one and I'm done. Okay, ability's just not working. They're saying outside of my cone of fire when he's standing in front of me. That's a little rough. But yes, sorry. Pets do not. So to start it off, pets do not count as party members. This is not just for Squig Herders. This is also for White Lions, Engineers, and Magus. Is Magus also plural? I'm not entirely sure. Maguses? No, I think it's... Honestly, I feel like it's probably just Magus. What game is this? Is it online? Yes, it is. This is Warhammer Online Return of Reckoning. This is a private server for the game Age of Reckoning. Rage of Reckoning sadly shut down in 2014. Alright, this is way worse than my other armor setup, I think. Who's getting pocket healed? Alright, get over here. Sadly, shut down in 2013. This is a private server. The private server started in 2014, so as of 3 weekends ago, this server is celebrating its 12-year anniversary. It is completely free to play. If you want to try it out, returnareckoning.com. No microtransactions, no sub, no nothing like that. It's absolutely free to play. If you go to returnareckoning.com, there's a big button that says join. You can download and play the game for free. It gives you step-by-step instructions on how to download it. Still refusing to run with Horn Squig. But look at this 25% more damage. Also, I hate using the pets. So, there's that. Yeah, the less survivability is not great. What do you mean? That's why I'm running Pierce Defenses. Yeah, no, I tried the full damage that I was doing on my ranged build. It does. The full armor build works way better. Because you survive a lot longer and therefore can deal damage longer. No, I started doubting what I was doing only because I was looking at the Unreal thing. Because Masterwork linked it to me asking a question about a sword. So I looked at the Squig Herder while I was there, and honestly, I don't know. Maybe in ideal situations, going pure damage works. Definitely doesn't feel like... It definitely doesn't feel like going pure damage is the right move on probably any class. Horn Squig has armor reduction. I understand. But I believe I finished this, and that was my actual task. It's the same in Guild Wars 2. Horn Squig in Guild Wars 2 has armor reduction? That's crazy. Pure damage is ass in PvP. I gotcha. Loner works great for AoE. Single target with Horn Squig is nice for the burst ability, though. Yeah, probably. I just, honestly, I hate dealing with the Squig pet. Yeah, that's not the right one. Red of Menace? Nope. Already did that. There we go. Alright, finished what I was doing on that character. Talking insta-pop and trades. So, my problems with Squig Herders. Let's go ahead and pop that. There. Okie dokie. Pets are hard to balance overall. Yeah, I don't like them. I thought they would be neat. I tried, the first time I actually really tried a pet class in an MMO. What was the first time I tried a pet class in an MMO? Is there a minimum rank on the Almanturans? I think the first time I tried a pet class in an MMO was probably this game, probably White Lion. Just because I didn't like the look of Squig Herder. Minimum rank 40. Okay. Oh, I probably should send some money, though. That would be smart. But I don't like dealing... I don't like the micromanaging the pets. I really don't. That's why I was sort of okay with Magus, because they just sort of do their thing. Did your comments get me to play Doc? No, I've been meaning to play Doc. It's just... I just hadn't. There we go. Magus Pet is a turret. Yeah, but it sort of does its own thing. Said
is one of the most insanely idiotic things I have ever heard. At no point in your rambling, incoherent response...
Oh my god, let me click on the character.
...were you even close to anything that could be considered a rational thought. Everyone in this room is now dumber for having listened to it. I award you no points, and may God have mercy on your soul.
Downloaded the client, login notification. Nice. Also, somebody just finished their first RVR. Aragoth just finished their first RVR in Dungeon today. Nice. Let me grab the other ones yet. What is the timer on this? 2:30. Yeah, that's not too bad. Guess I'll just wait. I do like WoW solution with reduced AoE damage taken, though. Oh, for pets? Yeah, absolutely. I don't think they're that hard to balance for war, but they're mainly only used on solo small scale, so I don't think devs put much attention to them. Okay, hold on. So that comes into this. So my problems with Squirt Herder, there are 9. Pets do not count as party members. The big thing with this, they are not affected by AoE healing from the party's healers, which is the primary way healers tend to heal in this game. Whether that's how they should be doing it or not, that is the primary way they tend to heal. Meaning, your pet will not get healed unless it is being specifically targeted. And nobody is going to specifically target a pet to heal it. Because they are just of far less importance. This ties into other parts of the problems. The pets tend to die very quickly to AoE, and I need to double check this, but I want to know how much health pets generally have, because people are suggesting that the White Lion pet tends to have a lot more health than the Squigs, which may actually be the case. I cannot say for certain yet. I do want to go into duel somebody, that way they can tell me the actual numbers on my pet, because you cannot see the actual numbers on your pet, unfortunately. I agree with that, but at the same time, without guard, they'll just die fast anyways. Also, I think jumping hots heal, but obviously not as much as heal. Yeah. But there's a couple of ways they could diminish the problems with pets dying super fast. If the pet's within a certain range of the player, maybe overhealing on the player goes to the pet. I've played games where that's the case. Reducing AoE damage taken by the pet. That would be a good way to address it. Both of these, but either way, the pets die very fast. And in my opinion, which, again, untested, I believe the Squig pets die faster than the White Lion pets. Another problem... So, a lot of these problems, feed into each other, and that's going to become apparent. And, again, this is me just listing them out. I haven't organized them as well as I want to, because this is going to be a video. Lack of pet AoE damage output, though. People will pick the plus 25% damage, though. Yeah, but the problem is, Squig, the only AoE they have is melee. That is the only AoE they have. They have no other AoE. Actually, I take that back. They have one AoE skill. Explode and Error. Which has been nerfed into the ground over the years. Now it does like 300 damage up front, and then 300 damage over 9 seconds. So it does 30 damage per tick. That's with all of your points in that tree, and that's before resistances. So it is not uncommon to see that ability, when it is ticking, to tick for single digits. And not only single digits, low single digits. The only time I've been able to determine it has any use at all is it is an instant cast, it has long range, so the only thing I can determine is maybe it is good for dismounting in like a warband situation. That is the only real purpose, because it does a tick of damage, so each tick of damage has a chance of dismounting the target. It's going to be the only situation where it... Okay, you just can't do that. That's nice. It's going to be the only situation where I can find it has any use, because it is not worth the GCD at any other time in the game. I will wait... oh, starting soon, not actually starting. Okay, we're good. Alright, that's what I needed. Choppa have no pets, no worry. So, I've thought about playing Choppa. The reason I don't want to play Choppa is because Tommy is playing Choppa. And I know that may seem weird, but I don't want to, like, just be off-brand Tommy. Does that make sense? Oh, ad break starting. Okay. I'll wait to continue after the ad break.
We are history. Mercy is for the weak.
Okay, welcome back. Okay, so what I was saying, until I realized I was talking to people who couldn't hear me, sorry about that. I don't want to play Choppa because it definitely... I don't want to be just seen as, like, off-brand Tommy. And he already does a great job on Choppa, so I don't really want to do that. Hey, Dino. For range of the Squig is mainly just there to pick off targets, which is easier done out of Warband than in Warband. Yeah, it very much feels like Squig don't have a path in, or have a role in Warband for their primary role, which seems crazy, which is actually one of my problems with Squig Herder. Is that they are, to my knowledge, the only class in the game whose primary role, ranged DPS, they do not have a place in Warband with. And the devs have already admitted, by making changes and announcing why they made those changes, between Witch Elves and Witch Hunters, that classes need a role in Warbands. So it seems strange that Squig Herder is the only class in the game whose primary role doesn't have an option for warband play. Because I was even looking at the Unreal warband guide. They literally say don't play ranged Squig Herder in warband. It's not valid. It's not viable. So they don't even bother talking gear about it. And at least for a lot of players, that guide is the Return to Reckoning Bible when it comes to RVR. Shadow Warrior is more or less the same way, to be honest. TBH? Okay, nope. Nope. I'm going to finish reading your message, but nope. Shadow Warrior absolutely has a role in RVR, if that's what you're talking about. You got your 1 or 2 Shadow Warrior that... Oh, no, you're talking... Oh, I see what you're saying. You're responding to the earlier message. That there's only a few really good ones. Shadow Warrior can do anything. One of the most broken classes in the game. It is absolutely super broken right now. I forgot where it was in my complaining about Squig Herder. Oh, the pet despawns randomly. This is not a Squig Herder issue. This is a moving pet issue. So both White Lions and Squiggers have an issue with this. Big problem people don't highlight is that you can lose both your biggest buffs, which are on 1 minute or more CD randomly because of despawn. I hadn't even thought of that. But, so the despawn disproportionately affects Squig Herder over White Lion? Because the Squig Herder is supposed to be a mix of the White Lion mechanic and the Shadow Warrior mechanic. The problem is, Shadow Warriors have stances. White Lions have stances. Squig Herders have pets. If the pet despawns on a white lion, the cooldown to resummon your white lion is 15 seconds. The resummon cost of the white lion is a 1 second, castable ability that can be cast while moving. On a squig herder loses their buff from their pet because their pet is their stance. So if a white lion's pet dies, they still have their buff, they just don't have their pet. If a squig herder pet dies, they lose their buff and their pet. And then the resummon cost for a squig herder, it is a 30-second CD, and then the squig herder has a 2-second cast that they cannot move while casting. Yeah, and the spike squig is the one that's worth casting. If you are a ranged squig herder, you are using the spiked squig for the most part. So what you're saying is I should have picked Order, not Chaos? Order does have an advantage mechanically. If anybody is trying to tell you they don't, they're lying to you or trying to tell you something. When I really got into this game, I realized people only play Order because it's easier than playing Deathstroke. Yeah! And people only play Deathstroke because they like it aesthetically more than Order. That's kind of what it is. I'm not trying to sell you anything. I prefer playing Deathstroke. But I'm willing to admit that the Order classes are easier to play. For the most part. I think there are probably some matchups that go in Deathstroke's favor. I cannot think of them off the top of my head. But yeah, so the big problem is, in my opinion, the biggest problem is that the two classes that Squig Herder is based off of, Shadow Warrior and White Lion, mechanically, the Shadow Warrior and White Lion both have stances. For the White Lion, the stances then inform the buffs from the pet. The Squig Herder, unfortunately, their stuff is all based on the pet being out and alive. The only Order races that are aesthetically pleasing to me are dwarves. And I honestly, I hate a lot of the armor choices for dwarves. Engineer's cool, Slayer's cool. Ironbreaker's okay. Rune Priest, it's just what flavor dress do you want? And the problem with elves, all of it is what flavor dress do you want?
The best spoils of war. And one coin.
A whole bunch of stuff. Hold on. No, I don't hate elves. Shadow Warriors, in my opinion, have some of the coolest armor in the game. I do think, unfortunately, Swordmaster looks like an Archmage for the most part. It depends how you like it. Most order-only players say the exact same thing. People only play Destro because it's easier. A class ability will be overtuned here and there, but if you play each, you can see how many downside X class has. Yes! I will say, though, the absolute easiest class to play in PvE is Knight of the Blazing Sun. Hands down. I've leveled both Chosen and Knight of the Blazing Sun to 40. I believe I got both of them to like 40, 60. And Knight of the Blazing Sun is just straight up easier. Their melee reflect far outscales the Chosen magic reflect. But that's more to do with the class makeup of the opposite side, and then also in PvE, everything's melee, basically. Because if you think about it, the melee reflect of the Knight of the Blazing Sun, it is going to affect Squig Herder, it is going to affect Marauder, Choppa, Witch Elf. 4 primary classes. Then you've got the tanks of Chosen, which it's still melee, so it's counting them as reflect, even if they're dealing spirit damage. Actually, hold on, let me double check on that, because it may not be the case. Let me double check, make sure I'm not going crazy. Yeah, so it's all melee attacks. Oh wait.
I can still teach you a lesson or two. Be worthy of the Raven God.
You know what, I'm just going to do it this way. There we go. You just need to unplug it and replug it in. Welcome back. Okay, where was I in my complaining? Because I'm sure it hadn't stopped. Wowcraft? I don't think I was. That was yesterday. Are you really playing Roar fully if you aren't complaining, generally speaking, not just you? Yes. Oh, Knight of the Blazing Sun. So the Knight of the Blazing Sun reflects all 3 of the melee DPS classes from Destro. They reflect the melee damage of the Squig Herder. They reflect all of the melee damage of the tanks. So there's what? 6, 7 of the 12 classes the Knight of the Blazing Sun reflect aura works against. Then there's Chosen Reflect Aura, which only works on casted magic. Well, let's count out those classes. The 3 DPS healers, and the 1 DPS that isn't physical damage. So 4. The Knight of the Blazing Sun Sorry. The Knight of the Blazing Sun Reflect Aura affects nearly twice as many classes as the Chosen Reflect Aura. Not to mention how powerful the Knight of the Blazing Sun Reflect Aura is in PvE. So you can say being unbalanced makes it unique. But does it make it good? Unique doesn't mean good. At a certain point, if something is unfun or seems so unbalanced that is negatively impacting the player base, unique doesn't matter. Oh, you literally can stand on the banner, sir. Oh my god. Well, for example, in retail, it feels like every class is cut and paste of each other. Yes, I agree. I don't like if it's a cut and paste. But the fact that the Knight of the Blazing Sun Reflect Aura affects 7 of 12, whereas the Chosen Reflect Aura affects 4 of 12, there's a definite discrepancy there. But back to the Squig Herder. The Squig Herder has a tactic for their melee build called The Smell Don't Bother Me. This counts specifically as healing. Every 5 seconds, you heal. Basically, it works like a regen tactic on a bunch of the other classes, but it counts as healing, meaning heal cut affects it, unlike all of the other regen classes. Or the other regen tactics. That is just a simple fix. Just standardize that, adjust the healing, you're fine. Daok and who? What is who? Yeah, no, you thought about this too late. You never 1v1 a Doc in Tier 1. That's a noob mistake. Oh, Warhammer Online. I gotcha. Honestly, I've never heard somebody call it WHO before. I've heard AOR for Age of Reckoning, and I've heard ROR for Return of Reckoning, but I've never heard WHO. So I honestly don't mind the class discrepancies. I think they should be different. I like that they're different. That way you can play both and they will feel a little bit different. But it definitely feels like the Chosen Reflect Aura is definitely underpowered when you compare it to the Knight of the Blazing Sun Reflect Aura. And the retail version of the game, like, even this out by having the Chosen Reflect Aura not have an internal cooldown. Granted, that was probably too strong. Because if a single Chosen stood in the middle of a group and a Bright Wizard bombed them, the Bright Wizard would get hit for every person in the group that they hit. Which is definitely too strong. On a real note, though, thanks for giving me the confidence to try this game out, because I'm having it. Oh, you're welcome. It's a really fun game. As much as I complain about it, if I didn't care about the game, I wouldn't complain. Like, what is it? The difference, or the opposite of... What was it? The opposite of love is apathy, it's not hate, something like that. Guess I'll go this one. I guess I should... Dayak and Roar found a way to thrive alongside many other MMOs over the years. I just don't get why developers are so afraid to make more when it obviously works. I think they're afraid to make more is because when they look at the retail versions of the game, the retail version of the game didn't do as well as something like WoW. And it's not... So the business side of it is, it's not that it didn't work. It's that it didn't work as well as something else. So why would they take time to copy something that didn't work as well versus something that worked better? Which, granted, there's a whole lot of other thinking that would, like, nullify all that. But, at least from what I can tell in the business world, if you're going to copy something, you only copy the best. You don't bother copying the second best. And I think that's why we're not seeing other games like this. A lot of us complain about the game, yet here we are, years later, with some breaks in between. Yeah, I've been devoted WoW player since its release. The problem with it now, I think, is the community. The problem with every game is technically the community. WoW has a lot of neat stuff, but also WoW is definitely chasing a mass market appeal instead of appealing to their core audience. And their core audience is the one that has supported them through the years. So a lot of players can definitely see that as a betrayal. Community has stolen the magic of the game. Yeah. That's like not choosing to date after past disappointments. Yeah. The min-max age that we live in has ruined a lot of games, in my opinion. Yeah, it definitely has. Alright, we'll see if this works. It'd take me forever to get over here, so we'll see. So, my main thing is, with the Squig Herder, the class mechanics that they say this class mechanic is based off of function very differently, but so differently, in fact, that because of other issues, pets dying super fast, pets falling through the map and despawning, the class is negatively impacted in such a strong manner that it is very difficult to continue playing. If I was rich, shit would happen regardless of other people's past failures. Yeah, but there's a difference between rich and rich enough to fund an MMO by yourself. Just look at Stephen Sharif and Ashes of Creation. Oh, he noticed. think MMOs have taken one of the biggest tolls on the min-max age solely because of the way they're intended to be played versus optimal ways to be played, as opposed to, say, online multiplayer games. Yeah, I can understand that. Do it. Come find me by yourself. But no, the main thing with the squig herder is when their pet dies, they're negatively impacted for 32 seconds. Yeah, it's... There. Okay, welcome back. The main thing with the squig herder is that when their pet dies, they lose all of their buffs, versus the white lion, who just loses the pet. And there's easy ways around that they just at least haven't done yet. Like, maybe they'll address it in the range patch. I hope they do. Also, this sucks. We've got one healer, one that is clearly marked as damaged, versus 2 actual healers. Play this game when it came out. I thought this game was dead. The game is not dead. This is a private server called Return of Reckoning. The game officially shut down in 2013. The private server, however, was spun up in 2014. As a couple weekends ago, they're celebrating their 12-year anniversary, over twice as long as the lifespan of the official servers. Approaching 3 times as long, actually. But the private server is completely free to play, and that's part of staying in the good graces of Games Workshop. And basically, as long as they don't attempt to monetize the server, they are good to keep going. Yeah, you can play this now. If you go to returnofreckoning.com, they have a big button that says join on the right side of the page. You can download it, install it for free, play for free, everything. It has step-by-step instructions on how to download the game and get it going. Here, you know what? Yeah. Nope. There you go. What do you think of Games Workshop reopening the actual game and moving forward nowadays versus when they were against WoW's peak? So the problem is they would need to completely rebuild the game because EA owns the program rights to the game. Because EA bought out Mythic Entertainment, Mythic Entertainment is the one that actually made the game. Same company that made Dark Age of Camelot. But they tried renegotiating the lease for the property rights from Games Workshop, and Games Workshop told them, no, you're not going to just go back on the deal we've made. And EA said, fine, then we're just done. We're no longer going to license. And so EA shut the game down in 2013 because they didn't want to pay the licensing fee for the game because they weren't making enough money off of it. But then again, that was after years of EA mismanaging the game, essentially gutting the programming team, making the game go into maintenance mode years before they actually shut it down, and even years before it actually went into maintenance mode, as far as I can tell. They absolutely gutted the team to send a bunch of Mythic people over to work on Star Wars The Old Republic. A game like this having I'm trying to think. If Games Workshop got the rights to the game from Electronic Arts and then went with another studio to essentially remake the MMO, I think the game could do really well. But at that point, you're having them remake a lot of stuff that's already there, because the odds of them keeping with the same engine, that sort of stuff, super unlikely. I'm not sure how your stream appeared on my YouTube, but thank God. I do MMO content. I don't know. Maybe you watch some MMO stuff. I've been doing Guild Wars 2. I did some WoW. Did this game. I don't think I've done any other MMOs lately, though. But hey, I'm glad you're here. Any suggestions if I'd like to play a healer? I remember back in the day I mained a little shaman guy. It depends on what you want out of your healer. Yeah, over. Yeah. Hey! In Dragon Away? Awan? I'm definitely saying that wrong. Yeah, it really depends on what you want from your healer. Or, what playstyle you want for the healer. The class I'm playing right now is technically a healer, I'm just not playing it as a healer. Nope, I'm not Pink Ward. I'm also not Flats, and I am also not Lore Master Sotek. I don't know if I've missed any. I probably have. But you know him? I know of Pink Ward, yes. I have played League before. You know, if my team would focus this healer, we would do a lot better. Used to play League a lot. Smite, I'm always my go-to in my younger years. So I've never played Smite. I have a couple of people I know that play Smite. Ikis and Alec both play it. But I have never actually gone and done that one myself. I did play Heroes of the Storm. Did not care for it. Although it sounds like most people didn't. I at one point remember Kefri tank support. That I don't know. Only time I've ever been in #1 in any game in my life. Oh, that's cool. I don't think I've ever been #1 in any game in my life. I was like in top 3 wins group for Star Wars: The Old Republic for their war zones when the game launched, but that's about it. We were the okay. I think technically we were the #1 Republic group because #1 or #1 and #2 officially were Empire groups. Not a big Star Wars guy, so I never got into that. Always been fantasy oriented. I've generally been fantasy oriented, but honestly, I've always viewed Star Wars as space fantasy, not actual sci-fi. Hey, Masterwork. Nope. People gotta stop doubting the Magus power. Welcome back.
Perhaps we can aid each other.
This better be good. What do you have to say? War is good. The bird god has promised his people much.
What are you looking at?
I can make a Magus if you want a friend. Absolutely. Here, I'll drop Q for a minute if you want to make a character. That's what I needed.
Always more to learn.
Nice. It's always nice when you see Order lose. Even if you're not the one doing it. Wow. What? I'm sorry, am I being too honest? A little. You have your namesake placeholder already? Nice. Really shouldn't do anything. I need to, like... I need to actually go through and read all of these because these are part of the... This is the like, character I was supposed to do, like, lore stuff on. So I'm wanting to, like, go through and actually read the quests. You also have a zealot? Hey, whatever you want to bring, man. So you just put there. Air war engine. Just remove that from my bar. I don't need that. Alright. See you, Furious. What is character name, Masterwork? Honestly, fuck it. I'll do the quest. I can
Greetings.
do.
The bird
It's
god's favor.
it's the Dark Elf quest that I'm actually
You better not fail.
interested in. So as long as I read the quest on the Dark Elf side, it should be fine.
Haven't you got fighting to do? You still live. What is it? Better death than stasis.
Sacking of Nordland, I don't want.
Till battle, Reaper.
BB later. Oh!
Speak quickly.
You know, as I'm online, we should go BB later. Yeah, we can do BB later. It's not an issue.
A chance to do good. Help me with this. Be worthy of.
Is there me, or does Destro not /5 as often as for Bastion Stairs anymore? I think overall there's a lower game pop at the moment because people are still a little burned out from going so hard for the ring event. So you should start seeing it more often as the population starts going back up over the next couple weeks. Like the next event is either 1 to 2 weeks away. It's going to be Saga, like we had back in November. It's a big RVR event, so... Worst doc ever. How dare you? Yeah, summertime also.
Take it to the enemy.
Yeah, as much as it upsets you, Masterwork, I'm trying to get out of Tier 1. Anime. But yes, I'm going to refine that list of stuff we were talking about for the Squig and make a video, because it sucks. Masterwork, I had 5 apprentice boons stacked on this character. I want out of Tier 1. Get me out of here. You love Tier 1?
Raven God calls. Heard your noise.
See, I got all of my Tier 1 out of my system long time ago.
Chance to do good. On to
Less punts? Okay, that's true. I love such hate for Tier 1 and mid-tier. The one thing that sucks is the lack of heal debuff. Healing is too strong. Just straight up. Healing is too strong. But that mostly applies to, like, AoE healing, and in small scale. Because healing is very much seems to be scaled for RVR. Expecting, like, 3 to 4 people to be hitting you at any one time with random chip abilities.
The gods have tasked you. Here's what I need you to do. Your destiny awaits. Take it to the Raven God Core. Help me with this. Be worthy of the Raven God.
Ooh, is that the right one?
Task you. I offer you the following. Come back victorious.
Oh, okay, I guess not. Oh, there was one. I guess there's not. Nope, okay. That's why back when cities lasted so long, the first fight alone, org versus org, would take like 20 minutes. I definitely think they should nerf healing some. But I think the easiest way to go about it without it really messing up the rest of the game is to put have healing reduced by 10% in scenarios. Just across the board. I think that would make a massive difference.
The gods have tasked you. Offer you to blood. Your destiny awaits. For the Raven God. Take it to the
I'm mainly just a scenario person nowadays. The only thing I feel like should change in heal aspect for is HD not applying to life tap. What is HD in this regard?
plunder bought and sold. A coin for the paid for
It is the right one.
blood. Use it well.
Carry more wealth. Change your goods for gold. A fine deal.
Carry more wealth.
Oh, heal debuff. Gotcha.
Goods for gold.
Yeah, heal debuff not working against regen is really annoying.
A fine deal.
Although I feel like the life tap stuff is mostly annoying in Tier 1 RVR. Because that's when Disciples of Khaine and Warrior Priests are basically gods.
Do you seek advancement? Go away.
I have a task for you. I am done with you. Here's a generous offer. Why are you still here?
Perhaps we can aid each other. Excellent. Here is your chance to earn my favor. You had better not fail. I have opportunities for you. I have a task for you. Why are you still here?
Welcome back.
I have opportunities for you. Let's hope I was right.
Just to make sure I'm not missing any lore stuff I need to be writing down.
You had better not fail. Let's hope I was right to trust you.
Honestly, I think heal debuff probably needs a little bit of a buff.
We can aid each
I think heal debuff should be a little bit stronger than it currently is.
Excellent. This
Like, when I run the 25% heal debuff aura on Chosen, it's not really noticeable. Especially in small scale. Yeah, because it should have more impact, and detaunt should be dispelled upon healing. Yes, absolutely. Detaunt should be dispelled upon healing. Not being healed, but casting a heal. Because then you have the like AoE heals and stuff that would immediately dispel somebody using a detaunt, which would be problematic on its own. But casting a heal, yes. Because mainly, healers are way too tanky. Um, The Squig Herder... Oh, Poison Arrow versus Festering Arrow? Or Squig Herder versus Shadow Warrior? There's no comparison. Poison Arrow's only option is the gas... So, Festering Arrow from the Shadow Warrior, you can use a tactic to allow Festering Arrow and Burning Arrow to completely ignore resistances. Granted, it takes a tactic slot. The Squig Herder's only option to increase the damage of their Poison Arrow, which isn't a damage over time, which, if you heard Poison Arrow, you might incorrectly assume, oh, is some sort of damage over time. I thought there was... Is it the other one? I thought there was a scroll over here. Am I blind? It is right here. Never mind, I'm blind. But Squig Herder's only option to reduce resistances is the Gas Squig. Gas Squig also... The only thing the Gas Squig does for you, it does AoE damage at range, and it increases your range by 10 feet. That is all the Gas Squig does. But one of the Gas Squig's abilities reduces corporeal resistance, which is the same type of damage that you deal... Just a piece of rock? Okay. Same type of damage you deal with your Poison Arrow. So that is a Squig Herder's only way to be more viable with Poison Arrow. Because as a physical damage dealer, your main stat, because of the state of the game... No, Masterwork, you're doing fine. The queue times were like this before. It's people just not queuing up. See, there we go. So, because you're a physical damage dealer, you want weapon skill, because armor is so incredibly powerful right now. And so you would think something that bypasses armor would be good. Well, the problem is you have nothing that reduces their resistances. You don't have a tactic that... Other than your gas squig's one attack. Poison Arrow should be ST damage over time. And Exploding Arrow should be huge corp damage AoE. Stuck on SE, I don't think heal debuff needs buff since you have ink and outgoing debuff. You don't really. They have gone through and begun to systematically remove outgoing heal debuffs from the game. Choppa used to have both a incoming and outgoing heal debuff. They removed the outgoing heal debuff from Choppa completely with their melee DPS rework. To my knowledge, which this could be not the case, I believe the only class with the outgoing healing debuff right now is Blackguard for Destruction. Yeah, Exploding Arrow used to knock people back, but that's a long time ago. Tanks are usually the ones with outgoing. I think there was something on Order that also had outgoing. Maybe that got removed? But I know Choppa's lost theirs. We too. Ironbreaker has it, but you have to spec into it on it for tanks. Yeah, that's how Blackguard is. You have to spec into that. What other tanks has it? Yeah, that... Is it... I think that's incoming, though, isn't it? It's not outgoing. Yeah, I was gonna say, Witch Hunter... Witch Elves and Witch Hunters both have outgoing. On Witch Elf now. Chosen is incoming. I got outgoing and coming backwards in general for some reason. Oh, okay. I was gonna say, I thought Chosen's aura was incoming. But it's 25%. If a healer is already over healing for 40%, what does it matter, a 25% heal cut? Alright, Master, we're coming this way. I think we're gonna go cap this. This is for the event. He's capping all of the objectives once. Low technology dude. Kiss of Death reduces all healing done by 50%. Okay. So that is outgoing. Which elf is 50% outgoing? Okay. Can be a bit of a diff. For example, Rooney and Zeal can do the most group heal per skill since it's a 2-second cast, up to a little over 3k with a favorable crit. If you have both outgoing and incoming, it'll do something. So effectively, you can make it up to minus 75% if Witch Elf uses that, and Choppa also debuffs. Yeah. But that takes a whole lot of coordination. Also, usually it's not a solo healer. Yeah. But I honestly think the chosen debuff should be 33%, not 25%. And then you're gambling which one is going to break that back. 100% most of the time, it'll be random luck if you're pugging it, but if you balance it higher than that, then Org will just Raffle Stomp even harder. That's why they gotta, like, actually test it out. Because I do think the Knight and the Chosen Aura being increased from 25 to 33 would be good. I think that would be healthy for the game. And I think the single target 50% being up to like 66, probably also the same. But I'm also in the camp that I think armor should be reduced in importance. Because the fact that every, like, physical damage dealer stacks armor pen and weapon skill out the wazoo, even at times to the detriment of their what is supposed to be their primary stat, it doesn't make sense. The game is obviously not balanced for that. Like, they want people to have their primary stat be their primary stat. That's why, like, they have a whole bunch of writers on it. And that's why they decoupled parry from weapon skill. Because weapon skill was the god stat. And I think decoupling parry from weapon skill helped a little bit, because what they do, they move parry over to initiative. But you don't see people build initiative ever. It's because armor pen is overly important. I think they should buff toughness and debuff armor a little bit. 100% of the time... Oh, sorry, I was rereading the message. Okay, because then you'll effectively have it near 100% heal debuff if coordinated right. But I'm always down for devs testing stuff, and if server doesn't like it, just revert it. Yeah! Because I think the main thing right now is fights, like small scale specifically, is what is currently out of whack. Large scale healers definitely seem very strong, but you can just usually overcome them with numbers. And I generally dislike, and I think a lot of people dislike, the blobbing is what we're now calling it. We used to call it zerging, where you just get everybody in one big ball and move around. And I believe the stuff they're working on, the event system, the one that really almost destroyed the server a couple months ago, I think those are a good thing, but they are leery of implementing them because they've it had such a bad mechanical reaction. Also, the ink and out. Oh. Okay. Also, ink and out multiplying each other is only if they're the ones interacting with each other, like healer healing themselves and getting both healer without and DPS with ink, for example. Yeah. I agree, but not hopeful with that. They nuked a lot of solo specs over the years, messed up some group specs. Their focus is on huge RVR. I honestly think the game should be focused on large-scale RVR, warband versus warband, because that is supposed to be the draw of this game. But I don't think it should be the only focus, if you catch what I'm saying. Because a lot of games don't have the large-scale PvP that this game does. And this game is very much built around large-scale PvP. But I don't think... I think what they need to do is make sure it's warband on warband, not 5 warbands on 1 warband. Choppas need a little more attention when it comes to RVR. Do they? Granted, most of what I'm noticing is I'm noticing people that are post 40, so maybe before then. But Brim seems to do pretty well. Daga does very well, but he's also in BIS now, so there's that. And there is a massive difference between best in slot gear and not best in slot gear. Like, it is hard to overstate the importance of gear in this game.
I have opportunities for you. You had better not fail.
Sure, we can.
Do you seek advancement? Here we go. I have a task for you. This is your assignment. Let's hope.
Choppa Slayer needs to revert back to the less squishy mechanic. Destro plays Choppa for the looks. No one plays Slayer post-patch. So, Slayer also needs another gap closer. I've been saying that for months. Game name? This is Warhammer Online... Dang it, I clicked the wrong thing. The game is Warhammer Online Return of Reckoning. It is a private server for a game called Age of Reckoning. Age of Reckoning shut down in 2013. Return of Reckoning started in 2014, a couple of weekends ago, celebrated their 12-year anniversary. The server is not monetized. That is part of the understanding with Games Workshop, who owns the rights to the game. Well, to the IP. As long as the devs for the server do not attempt to monetize the server is completely good. And they haven't done it for 12 years, so yeah. If you're interested in trying out the game, returnofreckoning.com. There's a big button on the right side of the page that says join, and they give you step-by-step instructions for installing and getting started.
I have many
This
fine
person. This plate. The war metal, so getting rid of that.
buy something else.
The sound for Harbinger of Doom is enough to drive someone mad. It is! Oh my god! Just the constant, like, crackling. Well, it's not crackling. The constant, like, whooshing sound. When I play Zealot, I turn my sound way down. Ba, ba, ba. There we go. Don't know if I can take this. It's rough. It's rough. There's no way around it. It's rough. Masterwork. Uga. You wanted to kill the lair boss? What character are you? Or what is your character name? Oh, it's dead. Oh. Do you want to kill the lair bosses of the other zones? Do you want to queue for scenarios? Yeah, I'm okay with Java. Alright, let's go to, what's fastest way? Mount Bloodhorn. Or at least my hair floats.
I bid you welcome.
So we're gonna go to Bloodhorn and take the Skaven Tunnel.
I've got something for you to do. One more boss.
I've got something for you to do.
Huh? What you want? What you's looking at?
Almost sounds like a crowd cheering from far away. I'm losing my mind. It's awful. They should not have an associated sound to it. Masterwork, do you want to do the lair bosses? Yeah, that's the Zealot Glowing Hands. What the hell just happened? That is the Zealot Glowing Hands. It has a, like... I can hop over and show everybody. It's awful. Like, it's war crime level bad.
You get face.
Witch's blessing.
Oh, wait. We'll do it after we do the scenario. That way Masterwork can be here. He has a chance. That way he gets a chance at drops. Well, I'm getting close to... This will probably have me hit level 12. Ugh. I've made multiple room priests and zealots. I've never noticed it. How? It is bad. It is really, truly, really, truly, and terrible. I'll just respawn. Just keep everybody up if you can. Uh-oh. Am I bugged, or did Bodybuilder God stay dead the entire time? Oh, hey, Lowen! How's it going? How was stream? Yeah, we didn't go in as a full group. They were just waiting for us. Hello, Raiders. How's it going? Hey, Poopy. She sent you back to Tier 1 where you belong. Yeah, DPS doc. Because I'm not going to play a healer. what are you talking about? Why would I play a healer? Alright, bye-bye, little guy. I'm doing good. Yeah, we're doing DPS doc right now. And Scenarios DPS docs can be very good, and RVR is just painful. I'm playing with one person who was trying to play Shield Doc in RVR, and they were just having a bad time. How do you like DPS doc so far? So I've had this is my second one. I deleted the last one that was already like level 19 because I had a video reason I needed to restart it. It's okay. Low levels, you're a god. In tier 1, DPS doc, DPS warrior, and they captured mid because the entire team decided to turn around. Awesome. The DPS doc and DPS warrior priest is the god of tier 1. It's just how it is. Can you not get up over here? No. Not gonna be able to swim across. Okay. Nope. I deleted the last one because I am doing a series of lore videos on this specific setting for Warhammer, and I wanted to make sure I hadn't done any quests, essentially. What is going on over here? You guys fighting an NG? Oh, that's their whole ass team. Lava is strongest in all tiers. Yeah. But yeah, mostly it's I needed to reset it. So I went through and I made 6 characters, one of each race. That way I could get the like questing stories, because I've already unlocked the like chapters and the PQ lore on one of my characters, but I wanted to go through and like make sure if there's any like additional like little tidbits that could be really interesting for people. I wanted to go through that. I sent it over to this character from my other character. Are you excited for the ranged DPS rework? I know you got you a Squig Herder. Although I don't think I've seen you play a DPS Shaman yet, which I feel like you're missing out. I forgot to send you gold? For what? What was I sending you gold for? Well, the ranged DPS rework is beginning this month. Don't know if it's everything. We'll see. They said it was starting this month. Can only go by what they say. Wait. Oh, what? Oh, never mind. He's not here. Yeah, I hadn't seen that. My bad. They're just hiding it. A ranged DPS rework, it probably was needed more than a melee DPS rework. Neat. Well, that does look kind of weird. This is clipping through this armor really bad. Okay, nope, we're not using it. Alright, you want to do the elf one? It's better not to wait anything in this game, and then when it will eventually happen, it'll be a very nice surprise. Because as well, it's mostly Bright Wizard that is dog shit. So I know a little I'm not supposed to know because somebody accidentally said something. If everything they said is true, you're not going to be happy. I'll just leave it at that. The problem is it's not a rumor. Is somebody who said something they should not have. Spilled the tea? I'm not spilling no tea. Wait, are these new Lowen? Hey! Are these new Lowen emotes? Nice! I like them. Hey, Techno! Where the hell is that cave? No, I don't think Bright Wizard will be nerfed. But the class I think that needs the yes, Elf. The class I think that needs the most, like, attention, Squig Herder, I don't think they're going to address the actual issues. I think they're just going to nerf the damage. Is this EverQuest? No, this is not EverQuest. This is Warhammer Online Return of Reckoning. Is a private server for a game called Age of Reckoning. Age of Reckoning shut down in 2013. This server was started in 2014, about a year later. And as of a couple weekends ago, celebrating their 12-year anniversary, they are the good graces of the IP holder of Warhammer, which is Games Workshop, and they have a good relationship with them, meaning that as long as this server continues and doesn't attempt to monetize the game, they are perfectly okay to keep going with what they're doing. He's dead. We can wait on it respawn, though. I was meaning more, are they okay in... Oh, wait, what? Shadow Warrior... Squig Herders don't really have issues. Squig Herders don't really have issues. It's just the pet, and hasn't been nerfed yet, like White Lion Pet. Squig Herders have plenty of issues. And yes, most of them are the pet. Have I played EverQuest? I have not played EverQuest. I think EverQuest was getting something new, so I was maybe gonna try it for the first time. What are some issues with Squig Herder? Let me open the Google Doc again. One second. Let me catch up on the other stuff. Shadow Warrior as well. Shadow Warriors need nerfed. Shadow Warriors are gods currently. I want Squig Herder more damage, pet less, but they can't straight up nerf the damage when White Lion can auto attack for 1.4k. Having more of the damage be in the Squig Herder would definitely be nice, and having less damage on the actual pet, considering how fast the pet dies, and also considering that when the... Here, we'll go with my list of grievances for the Squig Herder. Pets do not count as party members. This is not just a Squig Herder thing. This is a Squig Herder, White Lion, Engineer, and Magus thing. They don't count as party members, so healing spells largely leave them dying. White Lion pet needs some brains so they can climb stairs and not run towards horizon every fight. That, I don't think they'll have an easy time fixing, so that I'm not really complaining at the moment. Because there's a huge problem with Squigs shooting through walls, White Lions running through walls, turrets shooting through walls, the Magus pet shooting through walls. That needs to be fixed, but I don't think that is an easy... I think that is a much harder fix. Squig Herder is one of the highest single target DPS. So no. Squig Herder does not have these one of the highest single target damage in the game. Squig Herder is, at least for destruction, the highest single target damage dealer for the entire faction. Hands down. I think they removed pets on purpose from the group. They used to get healed. It's probably too strong. Yeah, but so the main crux of the pet dying is worse for Engineer. The class that is least affected by the pet dying is White Lion, oddly enough. I'm not saying they're unaffected, I'm saying least affected. So, the pets aren't healed by AoE, because AoE is being slowly reworked to only affect group. And then, I'm saying this disproportionately affects Squig Herders. Shadow Warrior is even squishier. So, their damage output is significantly higher. They still get jumping AoE hots. I don't see how it can be strong in Blob Warfare when 25% more damage is greater than single target pet and most Blob. Yeah, but the problem is the 25% more damage is only useful, well, specifically for Squig Herder, in melee form. You'd rather exclude pets from AoE damage? Well, so I've heard that AoE damage is capped at 24. I've also heard that it's not capped at 24, so I don't know for that. Well, AoEs are capped at 24. They die instant when there is AoE spam. Yes. And I believe the Squig Herder pets have less health than the White Lion. So, but I have not double checked on that. I would love to go into the dueling arena and have them target my pet just so I could know. Or do it to somebody else, that way I can know what the actual numbers are. So I thought that was a server restriction of AoE abilities can only hit up to 24, even if they don't specifically call out 24. If they call out a lesser number, obviously, like the lots of chopping on the choppa, unless you're using the tactic, it only hits 3. But so I'm saying that Squig herders are... The pet is a bigger problem. So the squig herders class mechanic is their pets. The class mechanic is supposed to be a mix of the Shadow Warrior mechanic, which is stances, and the White Lion mechanic, which is stances. Squig herder needs the stances. Because the problem right now is a Shadow Warrior has their stances, and the Squig herder pets are loosely based off of Shadow Warrior stances. The White Lion has a stance, they get a buff, and then their pet gets a buff based on whatever stance they're in. The Squig herder only gets the buffs when their pet is alive. And the problem is, their pet dies very easily, because it can't be healed unless there's a jumping hot, or it is specifically targeted, but what healer is going to be specifically targeting your pet to heal it? Stances are such a crappy mechanic. You can complain about stances all you want, but when you look at stance of White Lion versus no stance of the Squig, you can obviously tell which one is better. If you look at the stance, so, like, okay, let's look at the Spike Squig versus the Skirmisher stance. Skirmisher stance allows you to auto-attack while moving and gives you 5% more crit. Spike Squig gives you 5% more crit and allows you to auto-attack while moving. Dude, this is what I'm trying to tell you. I've leveled a Shadow Warrior 240. I'm well aware of what I'm talking about. You can complain about the stances all you want, but you are never kicked out of your stance. On a Squig herder, if your pet dies, you lose your stance for 32 seconds. A White Lion pet dies, they lose their pet, they still have their stance buff. A Squig herder pet dies. They lose their pet, they lose all of the buffs. White Lion pet dies, 15-second cooldown. After that 15 seconds, you can recast it in 1 second, and you can cast while moving. A Squig herder pet dies. You lose it for 30 seconds, and then to resummon it, it is a 2-second cast that you cannot move while casting. You don't lose your stance, you lose a few abilities. What I'm trying to... If you think the stances are awful, go play a Squig herder. It's stances, but worse. That's what I'm trying to tell you. You don't lose stats, Beastman. When your Spike Squig dies, you lose the ability to auto-attack while moving, which is kind of the entire crux of the quick shooting tree, which is in one of the entire specs. You summon different Squig. Yes. But their problem is, there's one good Squig. Very specifically, when you look at the Squig herder tactic, the tactic that is must-have, which it'd be nice if they changed it, because it is kind of annoying that it is sort of the go-to, quick shoot or shooting quicka. Increase auto attack speed by 50% for you and your pet as long as your pet is active. That is insanely powerful. But very much specifically with the Spike Squig, because moving interrupts auto attacks unless you're using the Spike Squig. You can summon different pet. Yes, but again, summoning the different pet, 2 seconds standing still. Your Squig rarely dies, though, unless you use it badly. Please step away from the drugs. The other Squig is Gas Squig, which is AoE based and crappy single target damage. Yeah, and it reduces the corporeal resist. I'm assuming that is to combo with Poison Arrow. So it reduces, what is it? Goop Shooting. Reduces corporeal resistance by 240 for 90 seconds. It seems like it's intended to combo with Poison Arrow, which is 733 corp damage. Unfortunately, main stat being weapon skill because of the state of the game, your weapon skill just straight up does not interact with Poison Arrow. Versus the Shadow Warrior, who has a tactic that makes their version ignore all resistances. Hold on, let me catch up. Good squig herders don't lose their pet often. Good squig herders lose their pet all the time. Because it's not just dying you have to worry about. You have to worry about the same thing that the white lions have to worry about, where your pet just randomly falls through the map and despawns. And what I'm saying is, squig herders are disproportionately affected by that fact, because they have twice as long cooldown, and then they also have a 2-second cast time that they cannot move during, whereas the white lion has a 1-second cast time that they can move during. You can recall a pet if you send it the wrong way. That's just pet management. Yeah. Hold on, what? The issue with the argument overall, though, is that no one's going to use pets in a warband setting. I mean, you can just do it. So much more damage with the loner tactic, the stance getting somewhat of your POV, since I'm not mistaken, White Lion can get the stance buff even with loner tactic. Correct me if I'm wrong. Yes, so you can use your stances with the loner tactic. That is a thing. You do lose if you're using the loner tactic. You lose specific abilities like the pull that the white lion can do requires the actual lion. Squig herder, if they're using that tactic, they lose their disarm and like a couple of like attack together. I believe white lion and squig herder both have something along those lines. Right, but the issue is the white lion can kite a GCD and almost be ready to respawn it. I got both classes. I'm just trying to pick brains and give thoughts. Agree, Squig Herder pet doesn't need to be inside fight, unlike White Lion pet. Yeah, that is true. That is an advantage that some of these squigs have over the White Lion, is they are ranged. That is just straight up true. Like, there's no arguing with that. For Squig Herder on 1v1 fights or small scale, it's not too much the pet dying, but pet randomly despawning and having to wait. Yep. I think pet dies not that often for Squig Herder. The times I've tried to use it, I've stopped using it because it either despawns or it dies really fast. So, Poopy, I would prefer... hold on, there's an ad going. This is a long respawn. Oh, here we go. Hey, welcome back. Go get her. One second, let me finish this lair boss and I will catch up on chat. Nate. How does this look? Ooh, that's way cooler looking. Okay. You can target the pet and kill it, and of course... Oh, nice. You want to go do... Nordland now? You can target the pet and kill it. Of course, it should affect the squig herder. It would be stupid of it. No. So, I'm saying they should adjust it so you don't lose everything from having your pet. Similar to how White Lion currently is. Losing the pet's damage, perfectly reasonable. A perfectly, reasonable way to go about fighting a pet class is to kill their pet first. What I'm saying is, they shouldn't be stripped of everything when their pet dies. Not everything should be on the pet being alive. You lose the same, if not more, as White Lion, though. No, you don't. That's what I'm trying to tell you. The Squig Herder, you lose everything, because your pet is the bonuses. White Lion, you still have your stance. Whether your pet is alive or not, you still have your stance. And you're saying you can summon another pet. Yeah, that's fine. But, if we're being honest, there's only one, good pet for Squig Herder. Yeah, the stances buff your pet. But when your pet is dead, you still have your stance. Whereas in Squig Herder, you don't have anything from the pet. Yeah, granted, that's what I'm saying. It doesn't do a ton. So what I'm saying is, take some of the buffs that the pets give you, maybe cut that shit in half, and give some to the Squig Herder, and then have it be on your pet. Well, if they're gonna nerf spike, maybe nerf spike damage, sure. But as far as its stuff that it gives straight up is skirmish stance from the Shadow Warrior. Straight across the board. Auto while moving, 5% crit. That is what skirmish stance is. That is what Spike Swig stance is. Alright, she's up. So I'm not denying that Squig is the highest single target damage dealer on destruction. I'm saying that you shouldn't lose everything when your pet dies. Especially since your pet will randomly despawn. People on both sides been asking to nerf squig pet damage and nerf squig herder damage. I would, like, that would be great. Having so much damage built into the pet makes the squig herder feel worse. I would agree. Blood Ward of the Decayed. Oh, a shield. Gross.
What do we do now?
Howling G. Thank you very much for
What
the
do you
follow.
mean? Now we can finally play the game.
Also, Monster Kitty, thanks for, running the layers with me. I like this sword. It's a cool sword. I'm gonna need you to acknowledge best pet is Choppa. Yeah, when you're a tank, the best pet is a Choppa. Oh, you're welcome. Squig doesn't need a buff, they are OP. So I'm not saying Squig shouldn't get a nerf damage-wise. But I honestly think the damage that needs to be pulled off of the Squig is probably on the pet side, not on the Squig herder side. People on both sides, yeah. They are OP when a group being guarded and healed are having targets punted to them. So that's actually another issue I have with Squig herder. Not one skill if you use 2 tree, then you lose knock, silence. As Squig herder, you lose just damage as well as White Lion. You lose your disarm if you lose your pet, if that's what you're referring to. But yeah, mostly you're just losing damage on the Squig herder without the pet. But the main thing is, in my opinion, the main thing is the auto while moving and the 5% crit of the Spike Squig. They have long range. They don't even need to guard unless they position badly. Honestly, that's why when I play my Squig, my preference is big shooting, which is the long range, without the pet. They nerfed the White Lion pet and kept the Squig herder pet untouched, even with the Squig herder having the pet enrage and the Squig beast. Well, the White Lion doesn't have. They didn't change it because it was the MDPS overhaul. The Squig herder pet nerf is overdue. The Squig herder pet nerf is definitely overdue. White Lion, to my understanding, still needs nerfs though. They have 65-foot range on most fast shooting skills. Yep, the quick shooting skills is 65-foot range. Shadow Warrior, if they turn their version of the spammable into an AoE, they get 65-foot range. Otherwise, they're 100-foot range. White Lion can crit for 1.4k on auto attack. You're not doing that. You're definitely not doing it on a Squig herder. I ran a dungeon with Monster Kitty earlier. Nice. Beastman, they don't have to stand still while running, so it's not a problem. Wait, what? 65-foot range. They don't have to stand still while running, so it's not a problem. No one in Warband dedicates a guard to a Squig. They put Squig in range party. So that's the thing. Squigs don't get to play ranged in a Warband. Straight up. They have no AoE. Ranged Squig herder does not have any AoE. The abilities from what I was talking about was such was training done. Yeah, the stances specifically. You still have part of the stance even when you don't have the pet active. But also, you only have 15 seconds of downtime and then you can resummon on the move versus the Squig where you have 30 seconds of downtime and then... is Monster Kitty in here? Monster Kitty, are you in chat? I think you were. I'm sorry, I'm having a hard time remembering which name. Yes, which names in which places. I still have a problem with that. because I think Furious Vorkun in chat is Grom Brady in guild, and I'm still having a hard time connecting these. Oh, you're Uga. Okay, yes. Solo group and warband are a whole different play. Shadow Warrior can do 4k damage with Fester. Yeah, Festering Arrow. Being able to ignore resistances with Festering Arrow is crazy. When the best a squig herder when the best a squig herder can do with it is have a gas squig debuff their resistances, their corp resist by 240. I was Tongorum in the dungeon we ran with 240s. If you're, we need common ground on solo group warband play because one might do much better than other in that aspect. Yeah. Squig Hunter only strong in scenarios mid to useless in large scale RVR. Furious, are you Grom? Are you Grom Brady? Or am I incorrect? Oh, well. You are, okay. I'm trying to remember names. I'm very good with faces. I'm very bad with names. Which doesn't really help when you're a streamer. There we go. Talent. If you do melee squigger, you can have good damage output and utility. Yeah, so, my problem with the melee squig herder is really that their squig herder is currently, to my knowledge, the bad gas is great, honestly. Because a lot of healers just spam the same ability over and over, bad gas is amazing because they don't know what to do. But what I'm saying is, to my knowledge, Squig Herder is the only class in the game whose primary role does not have a position in a warband. Ran into us one at a time. There were only two of them. Chopper will have the better damage, but Squig Herder can make enemy abilities 5+ CD and still hold good damage. Yeah, that's why I've been mostly playing it, but I really wish I could just play ranged in a warband. A lot of warbands will use one single target range party with squigs and sorks in it. I have not seen that. I'm not saying it's not the case. I'm just saying I have not seen that. Oh, I'm facing the wrong way. I'm saying I would love to see AoE for ranged Squig Herder. Neither of their ranged trees allow for AoE. And it would nice to see Squig Herder have a role for their primary archetype. Have an option that's available in a warband. Oh yeah, the Squig Herder single target damage. Absolutely. What I'm saying is, I would like to see them have some ranged AoE. Allow them to have a build where you can play the class's primary archetype in a warband. Because I think it's silly to not have that as an option at all. Give me just a second, I have to go to the bathroom. Faster needs buff gets dodged too much. Sure. Let's go ahead and remove the tactic that makes it ignore resist, though. Monster, I'm gonna queue up first scenarios. Would you like to do that, or what's the idea? What's the plan? Oh, oh, that's not promising. If it was undefendable, I'd take that. I'd be fine with that. Because my biggest complaint right now is that it doesn't really make sense in the tree it's in for either Squig Herder or Shadow Warrior. Shadow Warrior can at least tactic it to make it ignore resistances. Squig Herder has to rely on their pet to hit first to reduce the resistances by 240. Which is nothing. Well, they're just using their instance to have maximum auto hits. If undefendable with VON up, it would be fair as long as it gets mitigated. Yeah. What I want is I want to be able to play a ranged Squig Herder in a warband. So, I would love like Shadow Warrior's tactic of turning one of their abilities into an AoE, but like reducing its damage. I would love that shit on a Squig Herder. So my preference is definitely playing without the pet. Do I think they should specifically change the class to allow me to do that? No. As much as I would like them to, I don't think they probably should. Because let's be honest, if I played Order, if I was a disgusting person, obviously, I would play a Shadow Warrior. Yeah. And I don't think they should have to design it around that way. Because the class fantasy is the pet. But if the plan is the pets are not warband play, then maybe tie in having the no pet tactic, do something for AoE. Shots towards the Order. They can handle it, I'm sure. They're probably fine.
How will you prove yourself?
Why don't you play large Squig AoEs? So I've been playing Meatball. Honestly, it is kind of fun. It's just, it seems weird that everybody on Destro largely complains we are missing ranged DPS. And we are. But that's only exacerbated by the fact that we only have 2 ranged warband classes. Squigger will not get more range AoE. Squigger has the AoE on melee. Shadow Warrior has the AoE on mid-range. I am saying they should have AoE on one of their range specs. It doesn't need to be the same one as Shadow Warrior. I'm just saying they should have AoE. Squig Herder should have a warband spec. Specifically, the devs have already admitted that AoE is the warband spec. They did that with changes to Witch Hunter and Witch Elf, giving them AoE, saying we did this specifically because they were single target classes, giving them AoE so they have a role in the warband. Squig Herder is the only class in the game that their primary role does not have a place in Warband. Is this all talk for PvP? Mostly? Because I'm not really considering PvE. Squig Herder, single target damage. Like, I'm annoyed that when I'm doing dungeons on my Squig Herder, I need to switch to Meatball to do packs, but I switch to play what I actually want to play during boss fights because I have insane single target damage. It's not true. You can play ranged Squig Herder. Hey, take it up with the devs then. Tell them to take away the AoE from Witch Hunter and Witch Elves. Let me know how that goes. Tell them that single target is not necessary for warbands, and tell them that what they did with Witch Hunter and Witch Elf didn't make any sense. You can say that, but Witch Hunters and Witch Elves are getting more positions in warbands now. So the community at large seems to disagree. I have seen, since the change, I have seen more Witch Hunters and more Witch Elves in warbands than previously. I would take that as the community agreeing they have a bigger place in warbands now. Whether you want to agree with it or not, that is the evidence. You can take from that what you will. I think it's up to the community to find a way to defeat the balance issues. There's only so much the community can do. We play within the parameters set by the devs. I thought Witch Hunter had the only decent spec for warbands due to the AoE and range armor pen. Witch Hunter or Witch Elves have a bigger role in warbands. I think Witch Hunter, from my understanding, is a little bit better off in warbands than Witch Elves. But I don't enjoy Witch Elf so much, so I haven't really played it much. It's the only class that I started leveling with the intention of getting to 40 and stopped because I just didn't find the class fun. Witch Elves play like a better loner White Lion. Better loner White Lion. I think the AoE on White Lion is still a little better, but I definitely catch what you're saying. You see them more, but they're not meta compared to Mara and Chop. Oh yeah, no. But I think it wasn't to make... I think the change wasn't to make them meta. The change was to make it more viable. Not necessarily viable, but more viable. Witch Hunter is also some crazy bursts, plus debuffs and stuff. Between the two, I very much prefer playing Witch Hunter over Witch Elf. It just, to me, it has felt better in the past when I've done it. They used to be manageable / fun to fight 1v1 versus White Lion pre-nerfs, but devs took a lot of utility out. Wait, which one are you on? 249, I think... Oh, wait. There's... NG here. We're gonna see how many NG. lots of damage. Oh well, I got the quest done. 1v1 they need buffing, but Squig Herder at the moment is crazy strong as a far away standing and shooting from the back of a melee train. So they kind of maybe should be buffed Squig Herder for 1v1 battles, but nerf damage of pet. Nerfing the damage of the pet, yeah, I'm all about. They used to be manageable / fun to fight 1v1 versus White Lion pre-nerfs, but devs took a lot of utility out. And I definitely feel like ranged Squig Herder doesn't have a ton of utility.
What do you seek?
I would be more than happy if they nerfed the single target damage, gave us a little bit more utility, and maybe gave us some AoE. That way we would have a role for our archetype in warbands. Because I think, like, the devs have already said that AoE is necessary for warband viability. That was their claim with the Witch Elf and Witch Hunter changes. So I think it really comes down to Destro essentially has 2 classes for ranged in a warband, where Order has 3. So that should be something that is, like, heavily considered for the balance team to look at things.
Perhaps we can aid each other.
They seem crazy from a distance because they're getting supported and out of getting damage. It's the same way on Death versus Shadow Warrior. If you play Choppa, Shadow Warrior, out of warband groups will gun you down during a fight with another warband or blob. My whole thing is Shadow Warrior's, like, kiting is significantly better than Squig Herders, only because as long as they don't take the AoE tactic, they're spammable while kiting is 100-foot range. That's crazy. That's crazy. Like, first off, that ability should be 65-foot range all the time. You got run away. You command your Squig to taunt all enemies within 30 feet and increase your movement speed by 30% for 10 seconds. If you use any abilities, this effect will immediately end. Requires an active pet. Not usable while inside Squig armor. This effect will not stack with other abilities or tactics that increase movement speed. So you're saying an ability with a 45-second cooldown is the equivalent of having an additional 35 range?
Seek advancement.
Saying Shadow Warrior needs a tactic to speed up? Oh, not to mention that the big... yeah, that's so broken. Oh my god. They really did just over... What dev got a hold of the Shadow Warrior a long time ago and just decided, you know what? Fuck it, we ball. And put all of their good shit in Path of the Skirmisher. That's crazy. Hey, Jarway Toasty. That seems truly insane. They made your spammable, which is Spiral Fletched Arrow, normally 25-foot range, 25 action points, 1 second cast, castable while moving, 291 damage. Versus Run and Shoot, which is the Squig Herder, 25 action point, 1 second cast, castable while moving, exactly the same, 65-foot range, 216 damage. I can only assume the damage discrepancy of, what is it? 291 versus 216 I can only assume that damage discrepancy is because they're trying to account for the squig attacking during that time period as well, which makes sense. But the squig herder has, where is it? Sharpened arrows. Increase the armor pen of all path of big shooting abilities by 15%. That is the stationary build, where they decided to give the split arrows to the Path of the Skirmisher. Spiral fletched arrow, broadhead arrows now hit all enemies within 20 feet of the initial target. The rate is reduced to 65 feet, do 20% less damage. Okay. But then they also decided to put on it powerful draw, increase armor pen of all Path of the Skirmisher abilities. The fact that you can stack split arrows and powerful draw on top of that, that's crazy. You realize that, right? That's crazy.
I have opportunity for you.
Squig don't need to slot a tactic for speed. So what is the tactic that you're talking about? No. Nope. I'm assuming it's a base tactic. Doesn't look like it. So what is the tactic? Still does poopy damage. No. Certain classes, if what I was told is true, which it may have changed, certain classes are getting nerfed. Certain classes are being largely left alone. Oh, I'm going the wrong way. Oh, 3-point scout. That is not... Oh, okay. Guerrilla training. After switching stance, your action point costs are reduced by 25%. Your movement speed is increased by 20% for 5 seconds. That doesn't seem good enough to use. If we're just being honest. That doesn't seem worth it. Like, you would be better off with... What is this? Discerning offense, 10% reduced chance to be defended against. That seems better. Or even pierce defenses. That seems better. Bullseye seems better. Like, that seems like it's just a bad tactic overall. It's the only kiting tool Shadow Warriors have. That's because you have better kiting tools built into your class. Your ability is 35 feet longer. You have a ranged knockdown. Your kiting is already better than Squig Herder.
Travel broadens the mind and widens the grasp.
They do a lot with order classes. They put stuff on tactics, but nobody's slotting it because you need the other mandatory tactics. Yeah, there is a lot of that in both, that there are just some tactics that are like, well, I need to decide between these 3 tactics, or these 2 tactics, because these are the 2 tactics that I have to have, and just every build uses them. because they're just that much better than everything else. Hold on, I got a thing that I gotta... Okay, sorry. There was a bot on my Discord I needed to get rid of. Squig Herder outranges Shadow Warrior. With what ability? They win the kite bet. Squig Herder outranges Shadow Warrior? Okay, you need to read abilities. That may have sounded meaner than I intended, but yeah, that is not the case. Squig better because running faster is better than not running faster. Squig Hunter Snare is 80 feet. SWTW, and I use Masterful Aim, Bullseye, Split Arrow, and Powerful Draw on my Shadow Warrior. So wait, which ones? Wait, I lost where I was. Bullseye, Split Arrow, Powerful Draw. Oh, Masterful Aim. Yeah, that makes sense. It's just an extra 160 stat. It's just really good. Bullseye, Split Arrow, Powerful Draw. Powerful Draw, kind of just gotta have. Split Arrow, kind of just have to have if you want to play in a warband. And then Bullseye, is that the crit one? Yeah, yeah, that makes sense. If you're going for range damage, that is the best you can do. If you're going for single target damage, all you would do is switch out split arrows for... Where is it? Instinctive aim. Because that gives you an additional... Honestly, you're probably better off losing masterful aim and taking instinctive aim. It's just more stat points overall. You lose 40 weapon skill to gain 120... Or you lose 40 ballistic skill to gain 120 weapon skill, which overall is just a better option. I feel like it's okay that some classes are good in one area and bad in another. I think quite often we compare class, we like to play other classes and cherry pick cool stuff from other classes and forget that our character already was stronger in other areas than the class we compare with. So I fully admit that the Squig Herder single target damage is the best on destruction. I would be more than happy for that single target damage to be nerfed, for them to have a role in a warband outside of melee Squig. Because the way it's set up currently, destruction does not have a physical range damage dealer for warbands. It seems silly that their primary archetype does not have a role in warband play. By the definition set forward by the devs, it does not have a role in warband play. Can you please check the ranges? Sure, 1 second. Run and shoot. 65 feet. What is... Stop running. 65 feet. That's Squig Herder. Shadow Warrior. Spiral Fletched Arrow, 100 feet. Takedown, 65 feet. Okay, yeah, you're wrong. Add 15 feet with tactic. Nobody uses that tactic, buddy boy. Because that tactic, much like the Shadow Warrior's tactic for running faster, is a bad tactic when compared to your other options. That is just the nature of the game.
I hear you are on the move. See, Lord.
You thought everyone was using that tactic? So I'm not saying nobody's using that tactic. I'm just saying people that can read don't use that tactic. Meatball or bust? I've been playing Meatball because I want to play in Warbands. And don't get me wrong, I have fun with Meatball. It definitely has some fun stuff. I just wish Destruction had 3 range classes that had a role in Warband. Yeah, you're wrong. A lot of Squig Herder use that. Okay, prove me wrong. Link me some profiles on Armory of people that are good that use that. I'm not saying I'm not wrong. I'm just saying I don't know of a single Squig Herder that uses it. The snare is the important part of the kite. Yeah, I completely agree with that. Problem is, Shadow Warrior have a better version of the snare. Because if they're kiting, Vengeance of Nagarath, maybe? Nagarath? Turns their snare into a 2-second knockdown. Which is, trying to compare that to the Squig Herders one is laughable. Range disarm for 4 seconds is better. Well, we're talking about kiting. One of those increases range, one of those does not. Now, granted, we're not comparing apples to apples because it is a disarm versus a knockdown. But with a disarm, you can still parry, dodge, whatever. With a knockdown, you cannot. And what I'm saying is... Oh, hey. Chicken. There is the knockdown. Having a ranged knockdown is significantly more powerful than a disarm. And that's if your pet didn't randomly decide to despawn while you're trying to kite somebody. Two seconds is so short, it's like a short lag. Unless you're the one knocked down. Yeah, it's very short. Considering that for 10 seconds, you get knocked down, and then for the next 8 seconds, you're taking 25% more damage from that target. That is usually the burst window needed to end a kiting thing. A duel between 2 people trying to kite each other. Or a duel between one person trying to kite somebody else. OOL uses shooting with the wing. I have no idea who that is. Shadow Warriors or Squig Herder is permanently more damage with pet. Yeah, again, I'm saying Squig Herder does good single target damage. But if we're just talking kiting, Shadow Warrior takes it. I'll put it up. Yeah, I'm just saying I disagree with your points. I understand where you're coming from, but I don't think if you've played both classes that you would feel that Shadow Warrior is the weaker of the two classes in anything but just straight damage. Wait, what are you responding to? I don't even see that message. Oh, holy shit, that's a big message. Okay, hold on. Yes and no, for example, Rune Priest and Zealot, the same healing abilities that the Zealot has access to that wind knockdown, which is really great to assist trains off of, or that run away and explode on Squig Herders. Shadow Warriors just don't have it. You're not wrong, but still Destro has some nice goodies. They absolutely have some nice goodies. I'm not saying that Destro doesn't have some good stuff. I would be stupid to make that argument. Want to talk to him? Oh, that's not the question mark. What am I doing? You have played both classes. Squig Herder is better at kiting. I think you may be doing it wrong. Squig Herder is better at kiting. White Lion is better at catching up. Squig Herder versus White Lion, for example, your knockback and disarm will only do so much versus pounce, root, break, charge, pull, knockdown. White Lion is overstacked on utility. And White Lion is, unfortunately, overbuffed. According to someone I've talked to, there was a lot of behind-the-scenes White Lion stuff that they're still trying to fix. Yes. White Lion was overbuffed. I don't know how public that knowledge is, so I don't really want to get into it. But suffice to say, somebody on the dev team was doing things they should not have been. And also, by comparison, Slayer is lacking catch-up mechanics. They are the only class with only one. They only have charge. I'm still of the opinion that Slayer should get, like, a forward self-punt. That was years ago with Secrets. From my understanding, they still haven't found all of the changes. And yeah, that appears to be the name. I don't know how public knowledge that was, and I didn't really want to be, like, disparaging the dev team. But according to somebody, they still haven't found all the changes Secrets made. And they still haven't adjusted for all of them either. So utility, in my opinion, is anything outside of damage that can contribute to the kill. Buffs, debuffs I consider utility. Movement skills I consider utility. Basically anything outside the realm of direct damage. So like not dots or hots or anything like that. But I would consider, like, shielding, I would consider utility. Witch Elf definitely has a bunch. I'm saying Slayer needs, like, one more. I think it's, yeah, Lowen, the person directly benefiting from the changes. I think that's a bunch of hooey. I don't think that's real. Excuse me while I go crit for 1.7k on a auto attack. Oh, oopsies. White Lion utility ain't really that great. No KD. No incoming heal debuff. No KD. I believe... Don't White Lions have a knockdown? I think it's on their pet, but don't they have a knockdown? Yeah, White Lion does have knockdown. I was going to say. Because that's the combo you always see. The pull, then immediate knockdown while you're in the air. Or a knockdown and then the pull. How often do I see a White Lion using knockdown? At least once a day when I'm in RVR. I'm not saying it's a good tree. I'm just saying I see that shit a lot. In 3 tree, for that you need to sacrifice a lot? Yeah. The trees need a definite look. The most egregious tree I've seen so far is the Zealot tree. The Zealot tree is just... They're like, I don't know where this shit goes. Let's just throw it up there and see what happens. Oh yeah, the AoE knockdown that Mara has is the strongest thing in its kit. By far. The thing that bothers me the most about the Zealot trees isn't just that they're all over the place. It's that their skills can't be used when you reach them. Like, for the Zealot tree... Where is it? It's super egregious. The first tactic for Zealot, Path of Witchcraft, middle tree, you can get it at level 17. The ability it affects, you don't get until level 35. Katie and minus 1600 armor debuff depending on how high you go into the tree. Okay, that doesn't sound awful, but you're probably missing out on a bunch of stuff to do that. Oh yeah, dude, this SCQ, I think tier 1 scenarios might be done for the night. Because nobody on order has queued up at all. The tank and run White Lion can do it in the burst spec, but they're kind of useless when it's not up. Yeah, like I said, I haven't played much White Lion because I don't enjoy the class. And the only way I think I would enjoy White Lion is using the, like, no pet tactic, but the fact that you have to level it to 31 before you get that, kind of a turn off. Compared to Mara, literally every Mara has the KD and its AoE. Yeah, they do. Because if you look at the Mara tree, with maybe an exception of a tactic from the middle tree, they don't want anything else from their tactics. Or not tactics. They don't want anything else from their masteries. I think Mara is one of the worst trees, in my opinion. I think Choppa also have a problem with this. because their trees are like so separate because of their stances. Like once you get a bunch of stuff in a tree, you're like, I don't really need anything else. Because Amara's just going to sit there and use Wave of Mutilation, Concussive Jolt, not really Wrecking Ball anymore, and they just sit there and spam Demolition. Yeah, the pet despawning is not a Squig Herder only issue. It's super annoying for... What is this? Travel to Aslan. What is this quest? Oh, mark the Shard of Grief. Heck it, Drees. It's really... The pets despawning, I think, is super annoying. And I think until that is fixed, they should reduce the cooldown on the squigs and reduce how long it takes to cast a squig. You could say no. That's what I think. I also think squigs should get stances, and your stance dictates what your squig is. So all of the things should be... in my opinion, my ideal solution would be to give squigs a number of stances equal to the squigs they have, and then when you summon the squig, it is summoned based on your stance. But that is a much bigger rework. I don't think they're going to do that. I would be overly happy if they did, but I don't think they're going to do that. So, maybe confirmation bias. I had it happen 6 times in a single hour. Once per 10 minutes. It was incredibly annoying. It's funny, people who play pet classes often fail to learn how strong the pet is and how much it adds to the class. They try to play without pet and don't understand how much it takes away from the... Oh, I am fully aware how much it takes away from the class. I just hate dealing with the pet so much, I'm willing to lose damage and utility to not have to use it.
I have a task for you. Why are you still here?
Was the pet just standing after kill? No. All of the ones I had where I was running and the pet would just bloop, gone. That happened 6 times in an hour. It happened in 2 scenarios, and every other time was in an RVR lake. It happened, I think, once in Thunder Mountain, twice in Dragon Wake. I don't remember exactly. It was mostly like Thunder Mountain, Dragon Wake. Happened in Isle of the Dead, because this was during the Analyst event. I was trying the pet out. There's a spot, for example, where I would solo in Chaos Waste and stalk to catch someone, and once I jumped down to kill him, pet auto despawns, so I just had to do Squig Herder damage. I don't know. I wish there was less reliance on the pet. I understand it's supposed to be a pet class, and they want to design it around that, and I'm perfectly fine with that. But the fact that it definitely seems like the damage of your squig far outweighs... Like, if I'm using... What the hell is that? Oh. If I'm using the loner tactic, the pet definitely seems like it does more than 25% more damage. And I feel like that's understandable that, like, hey, You don't want to use the pet. You're going to take a cut in damage, but you're going to get a little bit of that back if you use the tactic. Okay, that's a trade-off I'm willing to make. But at the same time, you're also losing out on your only hard CC, which is the disarm. Which, I don't know if I'd actually call that hard CC, because the target can still move around. I'm not a coder, so I don't care how hard it is to actually fix all the despawn and pathing. So, that, I think, of the things to fix, the random despawning, I think will be the hardest for them to fix, because that is more of a map situation than it is a pet situation, I would bet. Because also, I know for a fact that the issue with the pets running through keep walls and running over keep walls, that's because those are coded as objects. Those are not coded as terrain. So a keep is technically one massive object. It's been a voice issue for so long, IDK, why they haven't put most of the damage on the person and lower pet damage. I would like to see that. You have silence still? That is true. No, that is true. There's silence. But that's disarm, but for magic. That is... Unless it's been changed, to my knowledge, because you target somebody and they should use AI, that's the quickest way for this game to stop working. If you have ever seen somebody vibe code something, you don't vibe code shit that's in production. That's not a good idea. Yeah, pets used to be fine. I don't know what that person did. I was under the impression vibe coding was using AI. Is that not how it's being used? Vibe coding is the practice of building software by describing what you want in plain language to an AI. Okay, yeah, no, it's exactly what it is. Never mind. I literally just read a description to you. Just take it up with Google AI. Use AI to prove your pathing code. So you put the code in and tell it, improve this. That sounds like vibe coding. Because you're telling the AI what to do with plain language. I don't know what to tell you. I'm just going off of what it says. And how I've heard people use it. Close to 14. Yeah, I can probably just do that. But if you let the AI improve single classes methods, it's actually really good. Hey! If it works for you, great. I'm going off of what I've seen happen with other stuff. What's his face? There was a streamer that was trying to vibe code a game. Quinn? Is it Quinn69? Is that what it was? Yes, I think that's who it was. He was trying to vibe code a game or something. What's the next class we crapping on? I'm not done crapping on Squiggerter. What are you talking about? But no, we've covered everything about Squiggerter that I was complaining about. I'm not overly a big fan of Magus and Engineer being so dependent on sitting seemingly at full stacks from their turret.
Good looting.
Vibe coding is all equals every time you change the specification, the AI is rewriting lots of things. It's almost uncontrollable. Okay. Demons, you're both correct to a point about vibe coding. I think generally I would say vibe coding is using AI to write that you couldn't write yourself. Also, I think that's maybe an oversimplification only because I feel like a lot of people that I know that have tried vibe coding actually know how to code. That way they, like, when they look at it, they're like, why the hell did it do that? And a testing nightmare. On some keeps, you can even get your white lion inside and pull people. Yes, I have seen that. Near posting stairs, TC is a good example. I feel like mine is very demanding of being on exactly the same horizontal level to make a pull. We'll go around and try to get my pet into keeps in different zones. I guess I'm not often around enough keeps. I've seen people pulled out of keeps by the white lion quite a bit. I've never happened to me. I've seen it happen to somebody standing right next to me though. Sometimes you just gotta jump a lot and press S and D for the system to be like, "Yep, that seems right for a pull." Web coding is generally used for people not knowing how to code. It's not a term for general usage of AI. I am a AA developer and I use AI, but I do not vibe code. I know what it should return. I don't blindly use the results. That seems probably the best way to go about using AI for coding. Because if you can't code yourself and you don't understand what it's spitting back at you, there's no way of knowing why it's doing the things it's doing. But it could potentially, like, as long as you understand it, maybe deciphering it takes longer than actually writing it, depending on what you're actually doing. But to my understanding, it is intended to be used as, like, a means of speeding up coding. The vibe is term used on it because not knowing the right, but just following what it says. Yeah, that makes sense. Okay, I gotcha. So I had generally heard vibe coding always used in the term of using AI to code at all, which is definitely probably the wrong way. AI is the new Stack Overflow. Well, the old Stack Overflow, you'd never wanted to post your actual problem. What you wanted to do, you wanted to post your problem, and then you wanted to hop down and give a wrong answer. That way you would actually get the right answer, because everybody would immediately jump in to tell the first responder that they were wrong, and why they were stupid. Because if all you did was go in and post a problem, the only responses you would get were, well, actually, you don't even want to be doing this. You should just stop. One second, I need to grab me a drink. I actually need to get my dog food. Sorry, one more second. What? Oh, that's the wrong side. There we go. Alright, I'm back.
Want something, do ya? Don't follow.
I'm using AI during coding, and it's pretty amazing what that thing is returning. Vibe coders is actually used for people coming into projects not knowing jack about the implication and just posting they from the feed, just posting from the feed, I assume. But I don't blindly trust, but I always review and pick what I need. There was a problem I heard where certain vibe coders just hijacked and pushed a version before checking pushed a version before checking with senior devs and completely breaking a server. AI is only as accurate as the prompt you give it. If you are vague, it can return absolute nonsense with confidence. That's what I do! Hey, that's my job! The person that was senior that told about this just locked the people out and started working on a fix. I'm actually surprised how helpful it is when you're only vague, only prints out options. And you go deeper. From my experience, it totally depends on what you're trying to pull from the AI. Sometimes it just tries to push a solution that doesn't work because it's pulled from some ass source, especially annoying when working with API related stuff. Can't you... Some AI models, can't you, like, dictate what sources it uses?
Chance to do good. Hidden's are tasty. Return victorious. Go prove yourself.
From my experience, it totally depends on what you're trying to pull from the AI. Sometimes it just tries to push a solution that doesn't work. Oh, I already read the message, my bad. If you use something like Claude, it can be amazing, but that means giving it access to your source code. Yeah, and aren't there a whole lot of, like, worries with giving your specific source code to Claude? Because is Claude connected to, like, a larger database? Or is it intended only for, like, single use cases? Oh, you're not queued anymore. Okay, hold up. When I redid my spec stuff, I probably only re-queued myself. Sorry. been using ChatGPT and Kimi. Both have different strengths. Kimi was pretty good at generating examples with decent class structure. ChatGPT was better at specific problems. Yeah, but it only knows what source, for example, if outdated solution. Oh, that's fair. Claude is installed on your system and has access to the code base you are using. Does it not come with, like, a standard set, like, amount or, like, sources? Or is it all, like, you're training it from the ground up? Never give them access to my code. It's time to sleep. I need to be rested to be able to deal with my white lion pet next time. He's scared of stairs. We joke. Good week and good night. Good night, Lowen. I wish you better luck, even though you've chosen to play both of the pet classes, which I feel like is at least partially self-inflicted. But have a good night. There's too many smart people talking in chat. Also, I love your new emotes, by the way. They're great.
Your destiny awaits. A chance to do good. Strange are the ways of the Raven God.
No, the actual model Claude uses is external, and you can specify the model you want. Oh, okay. More incoming in 2 weeks. Oh, hey, everybody look out for new Lowen emotes. So what I'm hearing is wait 2 weeks, and then everybody go and sub to Lowen to get all the emotes. That's what I'm hearing. Give her 2 weeks, and then go over there and give her a sub. Get your goblin emotes, even though she seems to play a white lion. Ugh. What am I playing here? I am playing Warhammer Online Return of Reckoning. Right now I'm just doing a travel quest because I'm being lazy and interacting with chat. Warhammer Online Return of Reckoning is a private server. The original game shut down in 2013. That was called Age of Reckoning. It was managed by Electronic Arts. If you're familiar with that company, sorry. The game shut down in 2013. The private server started in 2014. As of about 3 weekends ago, this server celebrated its 12-year anniversary. The game came out in 2008, around, I think it was a little bit before Wrath of the Lich King. Yeah, Wrath of the Lich King came out, the expansion for WoW. So, as far as, like, vibes, playstyle, it's a little bit like that, but still a little bit different. This was originally supposed to be one of the WoW killers. But the game is completely free to play if you're interested in trying it out. Returnofreckoning.com. Let's see if I still have that link. Yep. Returnofreckoning.com. It's completely free to play. That is by design. It is part of the understanding that the devs of this server have with Games Workshop. That as long as they do not attempt to monetize the server is good.
Good music. On to battle. I offer you the following.
Because I know when I say private server, a lot of people who are familiar with WoW they either love private servers or they're a little bit trepidatious. Because WoW very actively goes after private servers, most specifically ones you may have heard of are like Nostalrius is an older one. Project Ascension is about to be closed down, I think. And then also Turtle WoW. But in fairness, Turtle WoW was asking for it. If we're going to be honest, Turtle WoW was asking for it. But yeah, the game is completely free to play. There's a big button that says join on the right side of the webpage. One thing that would be really helpful, though, the like banner ads and stuff on their webpage is what helps the devs pay for the server because they're not allowed to monetize the game at all. If you would just turn off ad blocker when you use their website, that would be a massive help. You have time to check it out after? Hey, cool! And in the next few days, I should have a video out about class selection. Nope, I already have all the quests for him. Okay, just run it across. I took a nap, I'm a live human being again. Alright, let me finish this quest. Grom, are you still around? Furious or Grom? I know he was wanting to run BB. And he had mentioned you for that run as well. I don't actually know the answer to that question. Can somebody below to level 25 get a bag drop from a tier 4 PQ? I believe you have to have participated in some way, shape, or form. So maybe if you were a healer and you healed somebody actually doing the PQ? It's the only thing I can think of.
Heard your noise. Good hunting. How will you prove yourself?
I don't think so. It tells you the level gap is too much for contribution.
May your fights be long and glorious.
I know it's like 6 levels and you stop getting experience.
The gods have tasked you.
I didn't know. Somebody was asking it, and I didn't actually know. I didn't know if you could like cheese the system, because I know a out of party healer can cheese the system for people doing like leveling from public quests. Like a level 40 healer can sit there and pocket heal you while you solo grind a PQ for experience, and you don't have to share experience that way.
Welcome, traveler. Fly like
Alright, you're all about to be amazed. I'm going to show you a fast way to level out of Tier 1 once you get level 14. Behold!
Raven God calls. How goes the war?
Now for the easiest quest in the game.
Your destiny awaits. Task.
God, I love that quest.
Your destiny awaits.
Is this Warhammer? Yes, it is. This is Warhammer Online: Return of Reckoning. Age of Reckoning was the original game. It unfortunately shut down in 2013. The private server started in 2014. Am I missing a quest? Oh, no, I'm good. Celebrating its 12-year anniversary a few weekends ago. Server going strong. Completely free to play. It's part of the understanding with Games Workshop, who owns the intellectual property rights to the game. I know a lot of WoW players are like, ooh, private server, yikes. But that is not the case with this. As long as the devs do not attempt to monetize the server, it is perfectly good to keep going.
Do you seek advancement?
If you're interested in trying it out, returnofreckoning.com. It explains how to get it going. Get the download, step-by-step instructions, in case you're less familiar with doing that.
I have a task for you.
And to like the closest MMO probably is like Wrath of the Lich King era. WoW is probably the closest in-game feel. But this game is definitely still very different. I was thinking give it a shot. Just got into Guild Wars a couple weeks ago. Oh, nice. Yeah, this is completely free. So, like, you can pick it up. If it ends up not being your cup of tea, all you did was spend a little bit of time playing it and having fun. Is it like Lord of the Rings Online? So, Lord of the Rings Online is almost exclusively PvE. This game has a lot of PvP in it. But it does have a lot of PvE as well. Though there is player power tied to some PvE, very specifically with renown points. It is possible to play this game without touching PvP. It's just going to be a little bit harder. But honestly, if you've never touched PvP, you're not really going to notice that it's harder. But as far as like actually playing the game, it's gonna feel a little bit more fast paced than Lord of the Rings Online. At least before Moria. I haven't played the game in a long time. I haven't played Lord of the Rings Online in a long time. I believe I did some of the Moria stuff. I don't really remember super well. It's probably been 10 years since I played Lord of the Rings Online. Got your renown point for 70. Hey, nice! What do you consider casual? Like, how many hours per week would you say is casual? Because that will definitely affect it. Because I know somebody who went very active at the game, very not casual. It took them about 3 months. Anywhere between 2.5 and 3 months. Very non-casual. Hitting level 40 is not the same as hitting Renown Rank 80. Renown Rank is your PvP level. Career level is your, like, general level. Like, you gain experience, it increases your career rank. Thank you. 10 hours per week? If you really know what you're doing, you can hit max career rank in about 24 hours. For somebody brand new to the game, I would say probably double that. So 4 weeks to hit level 40 if you're only doing 10 hours a week. Although it could be less. Just depends on what kind of content you're doing. I would definitely recommend like taking your time and just playing and having fun, though, instead of trying to rush to 40.
A chance to do good.
This is an older school MMO, but if you played Lord of the Rings Online, you're familiar with the older like design of things. The last one I did, 2 days of new life, one being weekend SE boost with nonstop pops. I got 40-52 in 4 days. That's not the norm. No, that's not the norm. Did I kill the wrong... Oh, Fate Lost? I did. Who makes pots for us? I don't have the answer to that question. I don't really want it to be me. Because I honestly hate cultivating. But I do need to level a cultivator for a video, so there's that. Just dropped it there so people can see. It can take long or short depending on SC pops if you want to no life it a day. Yeah! I've done the fastest I've done it currently. I was using the Apprentice Boon for the 50% increased experience, and I was using a weekend event scenario. The fastest I've done it is like 23 and 45 minutes, I think it ended up being. 23 hours, 45 minutes. I did it in like one session. I ripped through 300 gold of consumables last... What were you doing? How long did the warband go after Land of the Dead? Wait, didn't you go to bed? You went to bed. How did you go through 300 gold? I used 12 absorb... Oh, absorb pots. And 3 stews in order. Yeah, no, that'll do it. Made like 5k on last event, ripped through 3k ASAP to get lineas on all my alts. I spent like 5k during the last event. I didn't make any money from the last event. You wanted that win? Understandable. Honestly, understandable. But yeah, that last event did not make me money. That was not a making money event for me. That was a spending money event. Is it like WoW in the sense of one side is like the Horde, the other side is like the Alliance? Yes. Except, so the main crux is very much unlike World of Warcraft now. The main crux is the fight between the two factions. It is destruction versus order. Destruction is going to be chaos, which is humans that worship the chaos gods. Greenskins, which are elves, which are greenskins are orcs and goblins, and then there's the dark elves. And then on order, you have humans of the Empire, you have high elves, and then you have dwarves. And those two sides fight each other. If you want to communicate with the other side, you need to make another character and send threatening messages. Oh, Monster Kitty, thanks for hanging out and playing. You too. Have a good night. Also, the joke, there was a joke in there. You're not actually supposed to send threatening messages. But making an level 1 alt to whisper people like, you're trash, haha, I got you. That happens. 35 death blows? Yeah. After last night, I'm going to be honest, I was a little down on the Squig Herder. Only because I felt like I was so far behind in damage. It, like, real feels bad, man. Wait, you can cross-realm talk on /say if both are PvE flagged. So as long as you're not flagged for PvE, you can talk. That's interesting. I didn't know that. But yeah, it's like WoW if WoW made better life choices. It's not your role there, though. You disrupt. Like, I don't expect a Marauder to run with me. But they do sometimes. I need to be number 1 damage. That's what I need to be. But I also want to contribute. That's my problem. Like, on my Shaman, I was just behind Tommy. Where is it? There it is. I don't know. I want to play ranged, and I want to deal a lot of damage. But when I was on my Magus, it didn't feel like I was contributing at all. And it was so incredibly frustrating. Almost level enough for Sav. Maybe they'll fix Squig Herder exactly like I want, and then I'll be the best damage around. That's surely what'll happen, right? Right? I always wondered if they were going to do anything with this room. They never have. That would be a cool way to enter a Nurgle dungeon. Just saying. Hey, do you have an order guild? I finally got mine downloaded. Gonna try. So I do not have an order guild. There is another streamer who runs. He is a New Zealand fella. I don't know if he's still playing as much, though. His name is Smirk. Great guy. But I haven't seen him, although I haven't been staying up super late, so maybe that might be why.
Speak up. Till battle we part.
But I don't really play on order too much. Magus NG damage output for AoE is based on how much the enemy stacks on top of each other, but it's hard to balance around that because then siege keep defense becomes GG's. The revert back to more range / damage with pet would be the only balance, in my opinion. Well, I kind of hate on Magus how you're super immobile because it feels like the game... It feels like you're being punished if you're not at full stacks with your pet buff. Because I like Magus. My complaint about Magus is that I have to... It feels like I'm forced to stay on my pet. And it takes forever to set up. And it... Like... I'm very immobile because I'm relying on my pet buff. Because it feels like the pet buff is considered base for damage. So if you don't have the pet buff at all 20 stacks, it feels like you're sort of being punished. I think numbers really don't mean too much to me. I just fuck off on the warband flank and surf our group and not do meaningful damage. What do you mean not do meaningful damage?
A chance to do good.
Like, your death blows were crazy. Speaking of Outlands, level 15. Good to know. Oh, ad. Nice. My bad. 1 second. As a Greenskin fan from Warhammer 3, would an orc be a good character to start with? Yes. There's only 2 classes that I would say are bad to start with, and that's only because they're way more complicated. And I feel like when you're learning a game... Also, welcome back. When... I would say there's only 2 classes that are, like, bad to start with. That's Ironbreaker and Blackguard, and that's just because they're more complicated than the other classes. They are tanks that are all about buffing and debuffing. It's a lot of micromanaging. Otherwise, I would say any other class is a good starting class. So, a Black Orc and Choppa. Choppa is definitely going to be squishier, but they have some of the best damage output in the game. Black Orc have a bunch of fun builds. Maybe being a little bit tankier for a first timer might feel good. That's between the 2. If you want brain cells, go Black Orc. If you want to be like, no, I want to chop, you just go Choppa. But both of those are good options. It just depends on what you want. Trust me, I try my best, but I'm horrible at keeping my pet with me out of cooldown. But that's just my take on it. How to make them stronger or not broken, stuff like that. Funnels for keep defense. So my biggest thing is I dislike that their Dissolving Mist... For Magus, Dissolving Mist and the little, like, Fire Tornado, those do not stack. I wish they would reduce the damage and let them stack. Because the way it's set up, they really being like, oh, hey, every warband only wants one of these. Which I'm not a fan of.
ask you.
I'm going the wrong way. I don't know. I don't really want to play Sork, only because, well, first off, you're playing Sork. But I don't want to play Sork because I want to be ranged, and it feels like you're very melee. Like, you're very close range to do what you do. Because you sort of do the Bright Wizard thing, right? You run up and channel right on top of a bunch of people.
Sigmar's blessings.
Basically a melee character, yeah. And that does not appeal to me in the slightest. I don't really want to play a melee character. Mostly bomb spec, less bomb spec than most, though. I don't know. I'm also considering maybe I just, for warband play, I just go my Chosen and just go my Reflect build. And then for everything else, just go two-hander. I don't know. I really want to like Magus, but... So when I used to play Magus, I could put all my dots on somebody and then burn them down. Because the dots would just be so overwhelming. Basically, the way to survive fighting me was to get heals after the fight was over and to just burst me. But now it doesn't seem like, unless you have a heal cut, it doesn't seem like it matters at all if you're putting tons of dots on somebody. But, like, I love dotting people and then using a channel. And then repeating. That is, like, my favorite game loop. Or, like, ability loop. That's why I really liked my Shaman. But the problem is, when it comes to fort pushes, I got nothing. When it comes to my Shaman, I got nothing. Basically, need to play meta build. I don't actually know what the meta build for Magus is. It's probably not too far off what I was originally doing.
Come back victorious.
Oh, by the way, if you didn't know, there is a third bank in the IC right here that nobody ever goes to. Also, I am curious if the best build on... It would have to actually be tested, but the crazy thing is, like, it would just take so much to test it. Because last night, before I gave up, there is a way to get, like, an additional 40 damage bonus on Sword. And you only lose, like, 4% crit. But I don't know if it would be worth it. Because I think you lose a little bit of health. Actually, no, you lose, like, 200 wounds, I think, total. So you give up, like, 2k health. That's which is not insignificant. But I don't know. Like, with itemization reworks... Also, the frickin'... Speaking of itemization reworks, I know they're nerfing Victorious and Triumphant stuff, because they don't really like that every DPS is 5 Sov for Triumphant. They are not a fan of that situation, evidently. So, but the 4-piece for damage dealers on Triumphant is a 10% chance on hit for 120 toughness debuff. What I didn't realize is that does not stack with the Shaman AoE 100 toughness debuff. So basically, DPS Shaman has even less of a role in the current state of the game in warbands than I thought. Which is kind of a bummer. I don't know. It definitely, like, maybe after the range rework, it'll be different. But I definitely remember playing my Magus and feeling way more powerful before. Now, maybe it's the gear thing, maybe it's something else, but it definitely feels like range is a lot less powerful. Well, which is definitely the case from the retail version that I played, because the strongest class in the game was Bright Wizard when I played previously. And it was just disgusting how powerful they were. A party of 6 Bright Wizards could take out a warband by themselves. I disagree. I personally don't want range rework to be buffing a lot of the range. I just want range to feel like they're impactful. That's what I want. And I feel like a lot of the range don't feel impactful. Very specifically in warband play. Because it's very gear dependent. Every class is gear dependent, though. Vegas has good burst if you set it up, but in terms of kiting, it still has solid pressure. Just hit renown. 70 on mine feels better. Okay. The reason I initially switched from my Magus to Shaman is because it did what the Magus did, but it had a heal cut ability. It'll just be a third-person shooter at that point? No, that's not what I'm saying. I'm saying it would be nice for them to feel impactful. Like Melee currently feels impactful. Play Magus. I was play... Yeah, I will, depending on what it, like, the rework is, I will probably try Magus again. Because I don't really want to do Sork, because Masterwork's already doing Sork. I just want, when I play, I want to feel like I'm actually contributing to the warband when I play the character. That's what like constantly bothers me when I'm when I'm trying a bunch of different classes, is when it feels like I'm not actually contributing anything to the warband. I was thinking a good rework would be that your damage by standing next to your pet doesn't ramp up. Instead, you get a bonus based on how far you are from the pet, but it's guaranteed no ramp up. Honestly, if I could get a 15%... If I could get a tactic for like 12% damage bonus, and it just wouldn't let me summon a pet, I would definitely consider that. Even though I already have so many freaking tactics on a Magus that I have to actually choose from. Because there's a lot that are really good. I would consider a no pet option. Very, very strongly, I would consider it. Although I do kind of wish Path of Demonology was more about summoning, like, more than one pet, instead of just being a Rift Magus. Or they just give it right away rather than ramp it up. Yeah? The pet is a handicap, otherwise it would be OP. I'm just weary this patch will make it so range heavy. There's already more range than melee DPS a lot of times, which sucks for keep pushes and so. I'm gonna be honest, you're talking from an order situation, because there are far more melee on Destro than there are ranged. But that's because your Slayer got nerfed, and Slayer's not in a great position. So that cut out one of your warband melees. Witch Hunter's never been really known for being a warband melee, even though they are. So now you just got white lions everywhere. Where we're kind of the opposite. Our Squig Herder in a warband is melee only. So we only have two classes that can be ranged, where you guys kind of only have two classes that can be melee. Because Destro is always lacking ranged. Like, it used to be, oh, Destro doesn't have any healers. Nope, now Destro doesn't have any ranged. Usually an order problem, but being in mid-tier SCs past months, it's all Destro range as well now. I honestly think leveling range feels better than range at 40. And I think that's probably has something to do with it. Probably has something to do with me constantly rerolling alts, because it's way more fun to play low and mid-tier scenarios. Try guard on Magus, Total Devastation, and City Siege. So I haven't done the like melee build for Magus, like truly. It's just I never liked it. I understand the usefulness of the pull. I understand how powerful it is. I understand Order constantly complains about the Orange Aegis, even though I'm very certain that in Warband play, that Beer Barrel is way more useful than the Orange Aegis. I feel like that's changing though. Desper used to be tank heavy. Now it seems like warbands are struggling to fill tanks. Heals mid-tier scenarios, same thing.
A chance to do good. Good hunting.
Hey, level 16. Out of tier 1. Let's queue up again. I don't even know what gear my Magus is in, honestly. I don't think she's even in full Dark Promise.
The best spoils of war.
Still in Vanquisher, but got pieces of Bloodlord. Just can't get consistent groups for dungeons. Never done LV yet, but Bastion Stairs. But they say LV is easier in general. Yeah, probably. With the exception of the very last boss of LV, I'd say yeah. In my experience, it's easier to get dungeons done, like, at the start of NA times. So, like, 2 p.m. my time, so, like, 6 hours ago. It was much easier to get groups.
Raven Guard calls. Return victorious.
It's 8 a.m. or, like, 7 p.m. Central, usually. Really? So, like, an hour and a half ago, you'd say was better? If your order, it's never. I've only tried to do order dungeons twice. Finding a healer was a nightmare.
You again.
I don't mind playing whatever is needed. I just want to help and have a group of homies to be around. Same, but I just... When it feels like I'm not helping, I feel bad. And, like, it really affects my ability to have fun. When it feels like I'm not actually helping. (8 a.m. to noon). EU does dungeons, and NA usually does them like 6 p.m. to midnight Central. Noon to 6 p.m. We look for healers for LV for 2 hours straight for like 4 days in a row. Yeesh.
The gods task you.
I really do think the swig is important, and that you are too close to it to realize maybe, especially for pushes, they can't just infinitely hold a funnel. Yeah. But also the problem is I have to build defensive, which I don't like. I want to just build damage. But you need that armor on the squig, because that's what it does best. So you can survive and be healed long enough to actually contribute. Alright, hold on. Let's go to the warband thing that you linked me yesterday. Warband ready, distro. Oh my gosh! Flashbang! Alright. Chosen. Magus. Marauder. Zealot. Black Orc. Ba. Shaman. Squeak Herder. At the moment, ranged Squig Herder is the least wanted spec in warbands. I've been saying it! I've been saying it all day! Usually if you're running an extreme hardcore warband, you'll have one melee squig and one DPS shaman, and their groups are typically 3-1-2 with 2-2-2 on the other groups. But that's the role, it's not really a DPS, it's a bruiser. Yeah. The disruptor is the goal, the DPS is the bonus. That's usually because people sleep on melee squig herder. But yeah, so the Unreal warband guide. At the moment, ranged squig herder is the least wanted spec in warbands. They just straight up say it. And for tryhards at this game, this is the Bible. The Warband Ready Guide by Unreal is the Bible for this game. Look what it says about Shield Doc. Alright, hold on, let's find Shield Doc. Sword and Board Blackguard. Two-Hand Blackguard. Chalice Disciple of Khaine. Shield Disciple of Khaine. After 12.09.25 patch, Shield Doc is finally a warband viable spec. Unlike other healer spec, this one has much higher gearing requirements before it can even function. But it should be able to do so after you hit Renown rank 78. So once you're in BIS, it's fine. While we are a bit uncertain about where the viability cutoff for it is, we are now listing only the 2 BIS builds as warband viable, but feel free to experiment at lower gear with the approval of your warband leader. Shield Doc can ideally fit in a warband where at least one of the DPS is ranged, Magus or DPS Shaman, by taking the guard from the tank that would otherwise be relegated to them. So, Savage, I will say, this is updated. This has been updated at least since December. Which is more than can be said for a lot of the guides for this game. Alright, back to Squig Herder. Alright, chocolate. That means I went too far. Squig Herder. Okay, so the last 2 ones, Sovereign Triumphant for 4. Traditional build to BIS. or transitional build to BIS. So this isn't. They're not saying this is BIS. They're saying BIS is. They're saying BIS is Sovereign Squiglord Triumphant, 4 Sovereign Squiglord, 4 Triumphant, 3 Beast Lord. So what did I have built out from Melee Squig? Because I did this the other night when I was looking at it. Their warband comp hasn't to test it out. I got what you're saying. Okay, so when I built out what I thought would work the best, I built out 1, 2, 3, 4 Sovereign Herd Lord specifically because it gave the 4-piece set for Sovereign Herd Lord gave almost 400 armor as a set bonus. And then I think I went 1, 2, 3, 4 pieces Triumphant for the toughness debuff. You can go that route, but you lose tankiness for a little bit more damage. So I feel like the trade-off there is even because you're already hitting over a little bit over 100% armor with the Sovereign gear. And then I think I went Emblem of Nehekaran Sentinels and Drape of Nehekaran Sentinels. That's what I had built out. Because I was currently using 2-piece Sentinel, 1, 2, 3-piece Bloodlord, and 3-piece Twisted Dark Promise, just because that's the gear I had. But they're saying Sovereign Squiglord. So they're saying. See, I don't understand. They're saying they're full damage on this guy. Because they're going Triumphant and Offensive Sov. So they're going squishy, essentially. So this is definitely outdated because the Sundering of the Sentinel is, I believe, 50 weapon skill. And this is 50 range power, not 54. If you're playing Warband, Lake's armor tallies are useless on tank classes. Wait, what? If you're playing Warband, Lake's Armor tallies are useless on tank class. I was using the armor tallies on my Squig Herder in melee because he has that tactic that increases the armor rating from armor by 50%. So I can get to like 100% physical damage reduction on my Squig Herder. Which, grant, everybody's got like some armor pen and whatnot. But for a large part, last night, I was somewhat tanky in Land of the Dead. If you're in Sov, that is. Okay. Let's go skill engage. I swear there's no balance. Orders are way too OP and even more numbers. So I think what I had built out, I didn't actually need, because I had an Iron Onyx Analyst, I don't think I needed any armor tallies to hit the armor cap I needed. So I would hit the... Because I reduced it even... I might need to adjust it even... Actually, this is just armor, so it would be fine. But I'm getting that... Get 120 from that. It'd be fine. I think... I see what they're doing. They're just going pure damage. I think I'm going to do what I built out for the Squig instead. Mostly a quality issue. The big issue you run into in the lakes is that any class you'd want to build armor versus is running 100% or close to an armor pen. Yeah. That's why you go over 100% armor pen. That way their armor pen is useless. That's how that works, right? So in scenarios, I have 1v1'd a Witch Hunter and I've 1v1'd a Knight of the Blazing Sun. There were tier 4 scenarios. I have no idea where their gear was at, but...
Raven God call.
Unless like something massive happens, I'll probably stick with the melee Squig Herder for now. Like, I do want to level up the shield dock just because I want to test it out, because it seems like it could be a really fun playstyle. Maybe I'll even heal a little bit, give it a shot. Who knows?
Your destiny awaits. The gods have tasked you.
What? I got a Q-pop? Fucking heresy. Shit didn't happen. Fucking lying to me. Now, I assume that armor pen, when it says 50%, it's 50% of your stat total, not 50% of... Like, if I'm sitting at 120% reduction, I assume it works like... It cuts my armor total in half. Not... It just reduces my armor damage reduction by their percent. That is how I'm assuming it works, because that's what would make sense. You'll never have negative armor. Yeah. So, wasn't there a thing like it can only reduce it so much? I mean, technically you can have negative armor. There's a quest over there I just ignored and didn't take. Any word on the said RDPS patch? It should... So the first parts of it should be next week or the week after. You get light armor like a witch elf, and you get hit with armor debuff, then M1 tank debuff that stacks with it. You could technically have negative armor. Brass Mayhem, hooray! Ooh, this is a problem. That worked out. Outside of the flat value negatives, putting your armor below 0 is impossible. Armor pen penetrates your current armor regardless of the value. I knew I was missing a quest! I was gonna say, I was like, I remember clicking this pile of books before. Well, honestly, that's why I wanted to keep going with my range squig build. I just wish it had some AoE. Like, if they would just go ahead and break down and be like, alright, here's a tactic that turns Plink into an AoE. I'd be like, alright, we're going. Give me a tactic that is similar to the tactic... They're not giving range squig herder AoE. Stop saying that many! Even if it's true, just stop saying it! If I say it enough, it'll become real. And I need it to be real. They need a tactic that turns Plink into an AoE. "100-foot range. Hits all targets within 20 feet of your initial target for 50% of the damage of your initial shot. Reduce Plink's damage by 20% and have it hit every target. Buff explosive. They couldn't buff explosive shot to deal enough damage to make it worthwhile. Not only that, explosive shot does not deal physical damage. Unless you want to start talking shrapnel arrow that doesn't exist anymore. Because they stole it from us. Like a bunch of thieves. Imagine being a Shadow Warrior and having an attack to make explode an arrow, ignore, resist. Could 100% be me occasionally. No, that's their festering arrow, not exploding arrow. Range Squig Herder is the only class in the game whose primary archetype is not viable in a warband. That is insanity. Oh, right. Yeah, you're right. Both I was thinking festering arrow, but it is both skills, isn't it? Imagine having a tactic to turn one of your best skills into AoE, and also having a tactic to make that one same skill also ignore 15% of armor. Imagine. Also, imagine having Ignore, Resist, Fester do 6.2k damage in one hit. Yeah. I don't need to imagine. It's the world I live in. Best start believing in nightmares. You're in one. Been gone forever, and I come back to hear about ranged squig herder still. And Order's whole thing is like, oh, ranged squig herder is overpowered. Ranged squig herder is overpowered. Their single target is great. They're still no match for a Shadow Warrior. What if they, like, FOTW the Shadow Warrior and just start shotgunning it? I don't know what FOTW is off the top of my head. FOTG is Fury of the Green. I think that's Fury of the Green. Never mind. So the FODG. For the Witch King. Ah, I gotcha. So Fester has no CD. 5-second cooldown, 3-second cast. Eagle Eye and Festering Arrow now build up 1 second faster, so you could turn it to a 2-second cast. If you really wanted. Don't Ironbreaker have that ability? Nope. Nope. Nope, guess not. I'm going the wrong way. Hey, you like my content? Thank you very much. Lexi, thank you very much. I could easily balance the game by deleting all the elves. It's just too easy of a choice. I want to disagree with you. I want to disagree really bad. I don't know if I can. Minnie would not be happy, though. Minnie would be very upset. Then I would play my squig herder. Fuck you doing here, dwarf?
Oil my trunnions. Hammer it.
Did you guys know that there is a potential chaos dwarf here in the city? Now you know.
You've been farting.
Because he is wielding a chaos axe. Better than us believing some scrawny elf can carry a big sword, let alone swing it. That's why they dance! They have to use their entire body to offset the weight of the sword. I know my armor potions are gone. Oh no. Is elf powder made from other elves?
Even God called.
How have I not gotten any other covenants? Did I just not put that shit on my bars? Anytime group mate within 100 hits an enemy, the 20% chance to gain 160 health over 5 seconds, while reducing the amount of armor being bypassed. That's kind of cool. I'm Warrior Priest, RVR 54 with Conquer. What's my next move? Buy Vanquisher or save the Warcrest and farm Sentinel? Honestly, save crests. Go Sentinel. Go Sentinel. Go Bloodlord, and then go Dark Promise, and then stay in Dark Promise until you have, like, Bisque gear. That is my recommendation for basically everybody. Because your best in slot gear costs so much in crests, saving as many as you can by not spending them is massive. But all of them are DPS sets? Yeah, you don't necessarily need to wear them. You just want to get them for the free armor. Like, the free ward unlock, basically. Also, Sentinel is a healing set. It's not a DPS set. Sentinel is better than Conqueror? Yes. Sentinel used to be on the level of Conqueror. The private server has moved them around a little bit. Sentinel is now better than Conqueror. Wait, you're wearing Conqueror? Okay, if you're wearing Conqueror, you should be good to go for Sentinel. Yeah, you don't need to do Red Eye first. Sentinel is better than Conqueror, but less than Vank. Yes. But the thing is, you don't need to spend crests to get to get Sentinel. Basically, you're just getting Sentinel, so you can then do... Because what you do Crypts gives you Sentinel, then you do Bastion Stairs for Bloodlord, which, yes, is a DPS set. But mainly you want it to not have to worry about wards. And then you do Lost Veil for your Dark Promise set, which you can choose which set if you want. Dark Promise, Twisted Dark Promise, or Blissful Dark Promise. And you can choose... I think Normal Dark Promise is going to be your healer set from Lost Veil. Anybody have a level 40 they would like to run me through on SAC? Because you're just so super nice. And a beautiful person on the inside. And potentially outside. But the inside is the only thing I can verify.
I have opportunities for you.
Go to sleep? I haven't even been streaming that long. I'm still under 5.5 hours. Oh, you're going to bed? Alright. Have a good night. Gotta sleep for Monday work? Joke's on you, I'm unemployed. I refuse to. I'm gonna sit here and complain about Squig Herder for the next 4 hours. And nobody can stop me. Roll a white lion? No, I don't want to play a dirty order class. It's disgusting. Why would you even suggest something like that? Oh shit, what are all these abilities? Covenant of Celerity. Okay, over there, over there. What does that one do? That was just the extra damage on a slow, right? I believe so. Oh wait, no, I don't know what that is. And it's ready to free yourself from all roots. Oh, up here. Peace. Alright. I died. This one not going quite as well as that first one. I think it's 19 is when I get the other tactic that I'm looking for. Well, we'll see. Hey, we're now at 17. We're in the floaty ships. Oh, I'm going the wrong way.
I have a task for you.
Oh, hey, I got that question.
Raven God calls. Help me with this. Return to the body has tasked you. Go, chance to do good. Here's what I need you to do. Help me with this.
What you's looking at?
Raven God calls.
Perhaps we can aid each other. Let's hope I'm
Your
right to
destiny
trust you.
awaits.
Leave me be.
Alright, this one should have me hit 19. Oh, hey, looks like it's going pretty well so far. I need to win, and I need to kill enemy players, win, and participate 3 more times. Two wins, 3 participate, and a bunch of kills. So if I win twice in the next 3, I should be good. That's not great. Oh wait, they're gonna uncap. Cool. Oh, I need to go get my mount too, don't I? That would be good. Man, just can't get up there. The lava on this deals a lot less damage than the lava in Torin Rock. Damn. Nope. I'm gonna go to the bathroom real quick. Hopefully that doesn't pop. Well, that worked out. I really do need to go buy the big boy mount. Oh, I wasn't healing myself. That was the problem. It was way more powerful back then. Yeah. What a pillow fight. Yeah. Healers absolutely need to be nerfed in scenarios. This is stupid. But I got 262,000 experience out of it and went up, what, level and a half? So I ain't gonna stop doing that anytime soon. But no, healing is broken overpowered in scenarios. Like, it does not feel good.
What you after? You're all
Do you seek advancement?
good riddance.
Oh, right, that's what I was gonna do. I was gonna go get me a mount. Hey, Bumling. Uh, I'm doing mid-tier scenarios. They're going pretty good. Tier 4 scenarios need a Destro Punter. Where did I put my golf clubs? Bang. Look at this. Hey, Smirk's on! Anybody want to run me through Sakhelum Dungeon? Be pretty cool. Oh, cool. Thank you. It is west, east, south. To get all the quests done. Is this you? Didn't know you had a marauder. Makes sense. Headed dicey. On my way, I swear. I need to sell a bunch of crap, though. So, because there's going to be a lot of stuff. I'm dropping. On my way. Did you get a? Did you get your mentor quest for it? For the free mentor token? Be below 21. Ah, okay. That makes sense. I've just been grinding out levels. I need nobblers, please. Thank ya. The swarm room was always fun. First time. Yeah. The harpy room. I've seen kill 40s because they weren't really prepared for it. Also, Bombling, thank you very much for the set, Gary. I'm AFK fishing in BDO. I've heard BDO got better. It was so bad at North America launch, I quit, and I every time I've thought, oh hey BDO, and I just remember it, and it's. Can you still hold down 3 key? I think it was W E space. Maybe it was WEC. I don't remember. You hold down 3 keys as the archer. You would T-pose slide left or right, depending on which direction you were clicking, or, like, held. And you would auto-cancel and fully dump all of your, like, action points into a target. And basically, you won if they were dead, you lost if they weren't dead by the time you were done doing that. And I was like, oh, this game isn't for me. And then they released the big, dragon boss in the desert. I say, well, boss. Because the dragon straight up didn't have mechanics. It was just a it was just a regular NPC with a bunch of health and did damage. Like everything in that game but the combat seemed really cool. It just tickles my endless progression feeling. The dash nowadays is insane. Did they ever add a male archer into the game? Or is it still female only? Ranger is female, archer is male. Okay. Okay, Archer, I guess Archer didn't exist when I played. I definitely preferred the boat system in Arcade over the boats in BDO, though. The market is just dry for too many years. Guess that's why I'm still on here, over on Eden Dayak. Dayak doesn't have any official servers running, correct? It got shut down also? No, it's still running? It's owned by EA, isn't it? Private server only, okay. So it's not still running. There's no way Electronic Arts would pay for servers for that few people. Your damage is a little higher than mine. I must endeavor to do better. I haven't checked in a long time. I could be outdated. There we go. Cool. Thank you very much. Go. That. It's a... It's like a 5-second cooldown.
A chance to do good. Raven God calls.
I got no shinies. No shinies at all, boss.
Your destiny awaits.
Perhaps we can aid each other.
Your destiny awaits. The gods have tasked you.
This one ain't going so hot. Just ask AI, yeah, Daox servers are still up. By Broadsword? I don't even know who that is. Basically, I have Jagged Edge that increases my crit chance. That seems crazy. I gotta be 24 for that. I'm currently 22. Did I get rid of that other sword already? Wait, did I get a sword? Strength, willpower? I don't like the ones I got then. Oh, strength, toughness. I can live with that. Strength, toughness, initiative. Or strength, toughness, wounds. Okay. Then looks like I can probably just sell everything else. Also, again, thank you very much. That's a huge help. That quest. Did I get rid of the other one already? Must have.
The sound always ringing in my head. The sound always ringing in my head. The sound. Your destiny awaits. Offer to blood.
Oh, I still need to go get my map, which is way up.
Raven God call.
Lakendor, so leveling your PvE rank is best to become used to the game, or just RVR? So I do it. I level my PvE rank because when I participate in scenarios during the weekend, I get more renown than I would normally just doing RVR. Also, you get more much faster, provided scenarios are continually popping. And then once you hit 40, you're going to be thrown into some truly abysmal games, but your renown is going to skyrocket. So, that's the way I do it. I don't necessarily recommend doing it that way. The best way to progress in the game, doing RVR, doing scenarios, you want to try and keep your renown rank at least around your level. Otherwise, it's going to be rough when you hit 40. But as far as progression goes, you want to hit 40. You want to hit... you want to do Gunbad to get your gear, to progress through your wards. The big thing is getting through your wards, right here. That dictates what gear you can wear. So generally, I get my starter gear from PvP. Then I get my second set from the dungeon in your capital city. Third set from PQs. Fourth set from PQs. Fifth set from Gunbad. Sixth set from the dungeon in your city. Seventh set from Bastion Stairs. Eighth, yeah, and then you're out. You're done with wards. Where did everybody go? Oh, they were waiting, I guess? But yeah, so this one, PvP, dungeon, city dungeon, low-level city dungeon, public quests, Mount Gunbad dungeon at level 36, city dungeon at level 40, Bastion Stairs at level 40. Oh, no, no worries. I was gonna die anyway. Once you do that, then it comes down to, like, your renown rank and that sort of stuff. But that is the like major progression so towards like end game gear. But you want to keep your renown rank up because the like actual best gear that you can get is going to require renown ranks. It's gonna need to go into a better spot. There we go. Actually, it's right there. Yeah, let's do that. So 24, I can go ahead and grab Khaine's imbuement, which will give me a nice damage bump.
Chance to do good. Return victorious. The gods task you.
Now I just go need to talk to Charzanik. Is is this... Oh, is this WoW? This is not WoW. This is Warhammer Online Return of Reckoning. It's a private server, which, if you're familiar with WoW, that might be kind of a buzzword to scare you off, but unlike WoW private servers, this has the blessing of the IP holder, Games Workshop, that as long as they do not attempt to monetize the game, they're perfectly okay to keep going. A couple weeks ago, they celebrated their 12-year anniversary for the server. So, going pretty good. ReturnofReckoning.com, if I still got it. If you're interested in trying it out, on the right side of that webpage is a big join button. You can try the game out. Like I said, it's completely free. No microtransactions, no pay to win, no nothing like that. I kind of hope the patch lands very soon. Famous last words before it's going to be ass and make me quit. It's gonna start bad. The patch is gonna start bad, and then they will fix it. That's usually how it goes. Looks super cool. I love the graphics. What's your favorite classes? That's a loaded question. For what? Give me some more parameters to narrow down favorite classes. Favorite tank chosen. Favorite ranged DPS. Probably Magus, at least where the game currently stands. Favorite healer. Right now, Disciple of Khaine. just because it's different than every other healer I've played in games. Granted, I'm playing it as a damage dealer right now, so please ignore that. But the shield dock, I really like the concept of being a melee healer, dealing damage to heal your party. That is what I... So, my plan is to be a shield dock once I get higher level and get access to a couple of their abilities. If you're looking for, like, a traditional healer, I would say Zealot or... well, Zealot, Rune Priest, because there's also the Order healers. Zealot, Rune Priest, or... And I'm going to be dead before I stand up. Zealot and Rune Priest. There's a little more traditional, and then also Archmage. I do like the mechanic of Archmage and Shaman, where their hots and dots empower their instant damage or healing abilities, and vice versa. I feel like theirs is a really cool class mechanic. Them changing the old mechanic to the new one makes so much more sense. Before it was only really Furia to Green that used to mechanic of Shaman Archmage. Yeah. Them updating the mechanic is great. I would love to see them do that for Squig Herder. Hint, hint, nudge, nudge, please, for the love of God. Yeah, the old mechanic was heals empowered damage, damage empowered healing. The new mechanic is overtime empowers instant empowers overtime. The new mechanic is much better. Like, hands down. Just absolute win. It's much better. But Shaman and Archmage, if I had to play a healer, probably Doc right now, but I haven't leveled it all the way up. I have leveled a Zealot all the way up. I kind of like it, but their specialization trees are in a weird spot, so I don't overly enjoy those at the moment. My Shaman I love. I just don't generally enjoy healing the more traditional way, so I don't overly enjoy playing that. I do enjoy playing Shaman as a damage dealer, though. That's really fun. They have lots of dots. I can't stand the horses. They make way too much noise. You're not the first person to say that. Engineer looks super cool. Engineer can be really fun. I enjoy playing Engineer. Of the dwarf classes, that's probably my favorite one. I forgot one of the easiest quests that to ever exist.
Raven God calls.
Well, that's not the one.
Be worthy of the Raven
This one.
God.
I need a vault? No, I just need a merchant. Most of this is trash. I just need to get rid of it.
A chance to do good. For the Raven God. Paid for in blood.
Like these.
And one coin goes to the Raven God.
Is crafting worth time in this game? Crafting is how you're going to make most of your money. Crafting is like how you go about making money in this game. You can make some money through gathering, but you're going to make a little bit more if you actually do the crafting. Yeah, I need to meet up with you before you vendor your stuff. So most of that stuff was going to be bind on pickup because it was from the dungeon. What's the most beginner-friendly class? Chosen or Knight of the Blazing Sun. Those are hands down the easiest classes to get into. Their whole class mechanic is auras. You can only have 3 at a time. So you read which ones you have, and you activate them, and they're just going. Is he not streaming? He's just playing? I guess he's just playing. He's not streaming right now. Smirk. Where is it? Yeah, Smirk X. He's on Swordmaster right now. Ah, gotcha. Discord management for guild coins? What? What do you mean Discord management for guild coins? I need guild coins. Let me know. 124, there we go. I'm level 24. So, I should probably just go and spend a bunch of gold.
The gods have tasked you.
Checking which of our guildies on their tunes need guild coins. If we had any alts that needed Bash and Sarah LV, I could create a run this week to maximize these. Ah, gotcha.
Something, do ya? Don't you?
I mainly do EU now, and I know how NA is nowadays, pug-wise, but seeing no warbands is still like, wow, hello. Now someone finally made one, but past 2 hours. So, Tyrex was on, but... So, the problem right now, NA-wise, for destruction, the 2 pug warband leaders have some of the weakest mental I've ever seen in any game. Scrodius and Tyrex. They both immediately give up. Yesterday's North America Land of the Dead was fairly good. Yeah, I hopped on and helped. I was gonna log back on, but I was very tired. And I was kind of going through the motions. But yeah, Tommy led a warband. We did really well. Scrodius and Land of the Dead was something else. Yeah. Oh yeah, you were with us. Oh yeah, just... Oh, it's useless, guys. We're leaving. And he leaves and we win. That's the kind of stuff we've been seeing from Tyrex recently. So when you heard me complaining about Tyrex the other day, that kind of stuff is why. Like, I understand the, like, wanting to be as supportive as possible. Because you want to incentivize more people to pug band, like lead pug bands, but you're not really... I feel like somebody not leading a pug band is better than leading a pug band, raging within 4 minutes, and then screaming in region chat for 2 hours. We are outnumbered in an evenly matched game mode is some of the misinformation on the server I wish we could change. Yeah? Oh, there's nobody in the queue. Oh, I must have missed... I must have just missed one. It's just all I led daily for like 3 years. Now I don't even bother to do drunken warbands anymore. I don't know. I love when it's I love it when it's pugs versus pugs. But it very much seems that the like few times I've tried doing pug warbands, it's just organized on order side. Granted, it could be time zone, could be whatever, but unorganized versus organized sucks. Pugs versus pugs, some of the most fun RVR you will get to experience in this game. Frame maxing. We might have been outnumbered in the bigger clashes. To me, that just means we have allocated manpower to backcapping and should coordinate better in region. But what we have is a faction, we're doing mid and outskirts. Yeah. Also, now that they have the updated like editing, map editing stuff, I want to see City Siege of Karaz-a-Karak and Karak 8 Peaks. Oh, this is a Smirk pre-made. That's what's going on. It's just his guildies. It'll be live like all over again when Order for the first time push to Black Crag and got lost in PvG trying to find the South Keep. Oh, that's funny. Uh, Same for City Siege of the Orc Town. What is this place? How do you get around here? Alright, that's not an Order thing. I've been here a bunch of times. I still get lost every now and then. This place is so easy to get turned around in. Because you know how to get out of this huge place? That door up there. That's how you get out of here. And as far as I know, that's the only way to get out of here. This city is beautiful and logical. Yeah. Oh shit! I needed to come here anyway! I gotta get my mushroom!
I've got something for you to do.
This city is really cool, but it is incredibly hard to get around in. Honestly, I honestly haven't really enjoyed NA Destro since WDB burned out. The action seemed like either PVD or organized versus pugs imbalance. Yeah. I hadn't seen WDB on in a while. But then again, I don't really pay attention to that kind of stuff. That's also when people like name drop players, the majority of the time I won't have any idea who they are. Nope, ain't happening. Be after I get this one. When it was low pop NA, Warband versus Warband, that's when it was the most fun to play. I play without emotes activated and without character names. I only see enemy markers on warband leaders and guild tags, so I don't really know many players unless they fall into that category. That makes sense. Like, I know John Boy. Oh, and live events with Boat and Toast. Post and Toast. Hey, Gort. Good morning. Wait, did you change your name on Twitch? Oh, okay. I was gonna say. Yes! Got one. Gore is your main name. So I was thinking the black one. But green is always good. I like the green one also. I don't like the red. The white's kinda eh. Dark blue I've never been crazy about. Light blue I've never been crazy about. Which is black or green? Let me do the black one.
What can I do for you? A fine purchase.
Oh wait, is anybody on in guild that can send me a guild invite? Are you online, guild, Gore? That's right, that was stupid. Oh, Gore, would you be able to? Are you on right now? But my hot take is I liked leading Pug warbands for a couple years. Going warband versus two warband normally, as Pug versus Pug and winning was always a burst of energy. Once it got to the point that I had to make warbands to follow another, that's when I lost motivation. Yeah, no, that makes sense. I would like to see the Land of the Dead thing where if you have too many warbands on top of each other, like if you have two warbands or more on top of each other, you start getting reduced damage and healing. I would love to see that. Some issues with that idea though. Keep sieges and forts. Forts, it shouldn't be an issue because they have a set amount. So they should not it should not be active in fort. Because there's only so many people that can be in fort at a time. So there's no reason for it to exist in fort.
What you's looking at? You better do it good. Huh? What you want?
Time to kill is already heavily mitigated due to this being tank M4 content. Adding 50% mitigation on top would be a slug. Well, see, the thing is, if you're cutting the healing by 50%, that should reduce time to kill.
Do you seek advancement? This is how you can serve. Here is your chance to earn my favor.
Do you seek advancement? I have a task for you. Why are you still here? You had better not fail. Excellent. Here is a generous offer.
Perhaps we can aid each other. Leave me now.
And secondly, the Land of the Dead debuff didn't actually solve what it tried to do, to split players out across the map and let smaller groups stand a chance against bigger numbers. I agree. So currently it caps at 50%. I think they should increase that cap to 80%. Because I feel like if everybody stacks and you're getting 80%, or you're getting effectively 20% of the normal healing amount, people are going to start dropping. I think they had a good idea. I think they just capped it too low. First, I think it's too much stick, and the solution could be more carrot to address. So, well, okay, how would you carrot this situation? Like, they're trying to do the events. I think the events are good. I don't think the events will fully solve it. But I think if you add in the events and do the Land of the Dead debuff, that would go to incentivizing a new way of play. Or, I guess, not a new way of play, but an old way of play. Because I honestly think for something to change, they will need to do enough to change current player behavior that the current player base then teaches that way of play to continue. But the problem is that way of play also needs to be good at getting rewards. And it needs to be better at getting rewards than the current way people go about doing it. If it's not, people are still going to default to the most efficient way to do things. Which, granted, isn't the healthiest for the game, isn't the healthiest for the players, and isn't the best for being fun, but that's what players are going to do. Personally, I like the idea of making renown by being more relevant past 80 for appearance rewards, not to create power creep. Then you can start balancing reward structures through the whole game with how difficult something is, and tune the RP rewards up. Yeah? AAO being one system that would benefit from this stacking battle objective RP gain buffs being another. But it would need the game to have more than just one random die unlocked every 2 renown ranks past 80. Yeah. You would need... Like, I want it for the game, but at the same time, if you make it, like, racial cosmetic stuff, it's 6 every time you make one. If you do it for class, that's 24. That's so much work. Like, yeah, like the art team does good, but it's not a huge team. Dang. I already made full-on suggestion proposals about some of these ideas on the forums, but the RVR team just doesn't either agree or will experiment to make changes, is my impression. So I don't know what's up with the RVR team. Does this think I'm a healer? Oh, no, there is no healer. Okay. I don't know what's up with the RVR team. I really don't. Honestly, every time I see an update, I see the PvE doing great. And Ruby's kind of killing it with PvE. Ruby communicates what's going on, the thought processes behind stuff, explaining what's new. The PvE, or the PvP team just straight up doesn't do that. Oh, he's just straight up AFK. Awesome. Fucking fantastic. Whereas a test server, but let's be honest, like 5% of the pop uses it. Just throw the changes live. So the test server, you have to be. It looks like you have to be part of the testing groups now to be even on it. Just throw the changes live and then get feedback from that again, like AoE cap mishap. I don't disagree. That's why I have the impression there is not even any will to experiment to improve Roar. I have heard similar things from somebody who is connected to one of the focus groups, like the testing focus groups, that the testing groups may have given back feedback that the devs are willfully ignoring, because the devs, at least in those groups, value their own experiences over testers' feedback. For example, change it to a battle objective locks for 3 minutes after capture, test it for 2 weeks, send out server survey, see how it was received. There's just no will to experiment. And that could be for most of RVR. Change that doors can be attacked by abilities again, but at super mitigated rate. Test it, evaluate, try to add. So Rams can hold 8 or 12 players. Yeah, honestly, I would love if there was a 6-man Ram that just did a little bit more damage, or an 8-man Ram that just did a little bit more damage. That would be great. Like, maybe they're more expensive. Maybe that's a new gold sink. They deal more damage, have more health. But they're more expensive. Back in my day, we used abilities on doors. Yep. I remember doing that. Took a while, but we got it done. Yeah, also, range DPS. I don't know if you guys know this. The range DPS siege skills, you still get them, they don't work. They specifically say cannot target ram and oil, but you can also not target the ranged siege weapons either. Doors healing with bulwark. I wish that was still a thing also. Because that, like, actually felt impactful. Nope. Not Pink Ward, not Lore Master Sotek, and not Flats. Oh, that didn't work. I don't even play Shaco. Are DPS archetype abilities still not worth putting on the bar? Wait, what do you mean? I was invited to a focus group to give ideas and feedback towards all the archetype RVR skills, like Buff Ram, Bubble Ram, etc. Nothing came of that either back then. Are DPS archetype abilities still not worth putting... What do you mean still not worth? They don't do anything. The one thing they're supposed to do is buff ranged siege weapons. When you try to use them, it says does not work for this siege engine. Or it specifically says cannot be used on oil or rams. Even though you're clearly not using it on either. Oh shit, what's this ability do? Ooh! I got a Shatter Enchantment now. That's nice. The buff cannon ability. Yeah, so those, when you go to use them, they don't work. When you go to use them, it thinks it's a ram or a siege oil and says it cannot be used like this. Dang. Like, even... I honestly don't think they would be worth putting on the bar, even if they worked, though. Oh wait, fell sacrifice. That's not what I thought it was. Oh. Oh, baby. Oh, that feels good. Like for our DPS, it could be much bigger percent increase buff. It could be crit chance buff, which stacks, or it could be buff that makes cannons have a chance to not consume supplies when hitting oil, or AoE cannons to regain ammo when getting a death blow. Yeah? Honestly, of those, I like the chance to not consume supplies pretty well. And the, because nobody ever uses the, like, AoE ones. I would love to see those become, like, worthwhile. AoE cannons are the only anti-Zerg counter mechanic left in the game. Fun fact, they do more damage the more targets they hit. That I didn't know. How do I like Doc? It's pretty fun. They got drastically nerfed about a year ago. Stealthers getting their archetype sabotage ability could also be something. Like oil deals reduced damage. Postern door has a chance to pop you back out after you click it once or whatever. So many random 5-second shower thought ideas. Honestly, I would love for stealthers to be able to lock a postern door. Because Order a lot of times will sit at a postern door and attack from range, and then everybody will scurry inside. If it gets, like, if they might even have a chance of dying. I would love for a stealther to be able to run up and lock that postern door so they can't go inside. Like, give it, like, a 10-second debuff on that specific door that you can't use it. That would be really cool. And I'm liking the doc. I don't know. I was planning on going shield doc a lot sooner, but then I got Fell Sacrifice, and it just... Fell Sacrifice and spamming Essence Lash feels really good. 38? No, I'm getting buffed. This is to 39. I'm 25. If this scenario goes well, I'll be 26. Dang. What's my least favorite scenario map? Maybe Doomfist Crater? There's just not a whole lot going on. It's basically run straight up to top. And that's it. Right. The murder ball is a cool counter mechanic in that one, though. I just feel like very few people use it. Oh, you mean like Temple of Aisha, where you grab the murder ball, it starts killing you, but you deal insane amounts of damage? Yeah, I like that. But I like Temple of Aisha for that better than Doomfist Crater. Yeah, on the side platforms. Also, I do think the Temple of Aisha one, the Doomfist Murder Ball, or the Murder Ball in Temple of Aisha kills you too fast for, like, the distance you have to travel to get to the point. Oh, fuck me. Also, I'm extra squishy because I'm level 25 wearing Keeper gear. So, without talismans. That's on me. Yeah, I assume they are significantly tankier because you get the ability to block. Hold on, I'm looking at build. Huh. Wait, what is this? Essence Shatter. Oh, I see it. Never mind.
I have opportunities for you. Go away. You bore me.
I have opportunities for you. Get away. You may go. Leave me now.
Want something, do ya? Don't follow. Plunder bought and sold.
Level 27. Hey! Oh, Bright Illudens, if I'm saying that right? Strength weapon skill, willpower wounds, strength weapon skill, strength willpower. Strength toughness, tough int, strength toughness.
A coin for the bird god.
So this requires dual wield to use. Increases your chance to critically hit. So I'm going to want that. Increases your chance to critically hit. And chance to parry. Healing output reduced. Okay. Oddly enough, doesn't require... Okay. Um, Wait, where's... Oh, okay, I see. Never mind. Okay. Okay, so... Consume Essence, Transfer Essence, now undefendable, is extremely good. Basically, you just work those two. Alright, so I've already done Itain. Oh, it looks like Thunder Mountain's getting ready to close. So let me go get... Nope, that's the wrong thing. Let me go get the scouting there done. So I can get the levels out of it.
Who's your boss? Do this, or I smash ya. You better do it good. Sort of. I've got something for you to do.
I've got something for you to do. I've got something for you to do. Go do it. I've got a job for you.
Oh, I may not get this. Because they already took the keep. Yeah, I'm not going to get this. Looks like it's PV door time. Maybe that one dwarf will keep him from capping. What is it? 32 I get my last tactic slot? Hmm. 22 seconds. I don't think I'm going to get it. Well, I got farther than I thought I would. I'm going to try it. I'm pretty sure it doesn't work. Oh, doesn't count. No. Oh well. I think you got it, but we're tabbed out.
I got no shinies.
No, I got some. I got the. I didn't get the repeatable one done.
I got no shinies.
Was that Holdar? Why did I think that said Holdar? I'm going blind. Oh, that's where I saw Holdar. I saw his name in chat. Jeez. Alright, so I just need to not fall in the lava! Alright, so I just need... like 70k? That's doable. It just has to be a good scenario. Onto the Night of Blazing Sun, since Tier 4 is a snooze fest. Need to hunt some pointy ear abominations. Understandable.
What do we do now?
Racer thank you very
What do
much
you mean?
for the follow.
Now we can finally play the game.
Or Racer AT, my bad. It's all caps lock in the chat I'm looking at. Dang. Seems like tier 2 is still dominated by order. We've been winning most of these, but some it's been going either way. So honestly, it's just been going pretty well. All right.
What? You're off.
Joined Order SE 8 elves. That's what you get. Hmm. Where's the merchant?
Carry more wealth. Change your goods for gold. Use it well. Huh? What you want? What you's looking at? This is what I want. This is the job. Just do what I say. Get fighting. Who's your boss? Go do it. This is what I want. This is the job.
I've got something for you to do. Get on with it. Thinks yous can do it.
Huh? What do you want? Get on with it. Just do what I say. This is what I want.
Okay, there we go. It's worried I didn't have the quests. Alright, there's that. Hey, we're now on 25. Oh, no boxes. Oh, group wiped. Dang. Brew guard, a potion, and everything. So much easier playing as a tank, so you can do more DPS, but RNG if you get a good group. More as a DPS. I gotcha, I gotcha. Dang. Alright. Hate when that happens. I feel like Drowning in Blood should last longer than 5 seconds. Well, looks like this one's going to be a win. Hey, we're down 26. Oh, very close to leveling up, too. Come on! What is with this? It's the second time in a row that's happened. It's gonna give me 10-minute cooldown. Oh my god, fuck you. That's crazy. Oh, this has got 2 minutes before it starts. I'm gonna go to the bathroom quick. But I should hit. Well, I'll definitely hit. Even if we lose, hard. Also, 28. Alrighty. You must only have one person at Fireball Mortar. Well, we'll see. Looks like we pushed past, so looking pretty good. Hey, that's a good sign. Hey, 28. Oh, I really need to spend mastery points. It is kind of annoying that when you have the orange glowing eyes, for some reason, it shows off the top of your head right there with this hairstyle. What the fuck? We had these capped! How did they uncap Gyrocopter? What? When order caps are assigned, it shows Gyrocopter hangar locked. Excuse me? That makes no sense. Did that set not have shoulders? Or did I just miss it?
They say you're looking to leave.
Hmm. Disgusting mount and ears, but I'm off after this, sissy. Well, thank you. Good luck with the scenario. I honestly like the cold ones as the mounts. If I could use the cold one as the mounts on other races, I absolutely would.
Who's your boss? I've got something for you to do. Get fight. What you's looking at? Huh? What you want? I've got something for you to do. Get on with it. Don't do nothing stupid. What you after? Want something, do ya? Paid for in blood. A fine meal.
That's much better.
Paid for in blood.
Did I just... Damn it.
Use it well.
That's upsetting.
I can guide you far. Go and spread the
What can I do for you?
Hey, Insanic, how's it going? I am enjoying Doc. Honestly, more than I thought I would. Just hit 40 on my new one, going melee though. I am currently dual wield. And setting up for like a warband build with it. So the plan is Divine Fury, Essence Shatter, Khaine's Imbuement, and Murderous Intent. It's fairly simple and straightforward. Just basically spam my AoE. Is anyone from Decult on in chat? Hey! Federico Coconut? How's it going? Population's a little low right now, only because they just ended a big event. And the event is a once per year, 3-week long event that gets you the best in slot rings. So a lot of people burn themselves out going super hard during this event. And it usually takes anywhere between 2 to 3 weeks for the population to rebound. We're on week 1 of that. So in like another week or so, it should be bounce back to normal. Something like 2 to 3K daily users. Active daily users, however you want to say it. Usually tops out, I want to say somewhere between 1.2 1.5K at a time during the like busiest times. Yeah, Twilight's Tide just ended. Do you need to go potty? Alright, one second, I gotta let the dog out. I'll be right back. Still not inside yet? Come on. I'm back. So 1, 2, 1. Okay. Bombling, you're here. I see you. Oh, I'm dead. No, you don't. I just got some from the supermarket opening. So eating one-handed and potentially just leeching. No bags. Why am I stuck? Tree jumped out right in front of you. It did. They really need to look into these trees popping up out of nowhere. Typical elf zone. I know, right? just don't mind me, just level 28, tanking a hero. Nerf Doc's too strong. Nerf Racism Lord, only caring about aggro from the rival race. Is that actually a thing? Or is it just that docs have out of warband heals that are super strong? And that just skyrockets you. Minus the menace chosen, yeah. I feel like my contribution should have been higher considering I tanked the frickin' Lord's pet. I got a white new bag. All right, time to give Doc challenge, taunt, guard. Time for it to happen. Make their third spec instead of a healer. Make them a tank. Hey, Vim. Yep, I'm enjoying the Doc. I just tanked the Pegasus. Because the tank that was in our group didn't want to do it. Guild Doc looks fun and unique. Yeah, I want to try out Shield, but I think I might want to try something weird. Although it may not be weird, it may just be normal. No idea. Hey, Messwork. What to do? Oh, right.
What? Good riddance.
Oh, yes. Thank you. Messwork, have you tried the like AoE damage build for this? For Doc, I mean. Like in scenarios, it feels really good. It's really tough to choose between Doc or Zealot for next healer, though. Could always stay Shaman. Zealot is gonna get a rework eventually because their trees make no sense. I haven't touched DBS. I leveled Chalice, and as soon as I hit 40, I went Shield. Honestly, like, it feels really good because if you've played like Marauder, we get something called Khaine's Imbuement. Anytime you hit an enemy with a direct damaging ability, 33% chance they will suffer an additional 270 damage over 5 seconds. Whenever the tactic triggers, your chance to critically hit with attacks is increased by 5% for 10 seconds. It's like a better Jagged Edge. Ah, DJ was already doing DPS at the time. I gotcha. I kind of want to hit 30 before I call it for the night. I considered moving to DBS because there's no way I can force myself to level something else.
Always more to learn.
Last right now, curse the target and make healing on them 50% less effective. Sanguinary extension now deals an additional. I assume that's something else. Wait, no, that's wrong. Sanguinary extension? The hell is that? Sanguinary extension now deals an additional 326 damage when the damage over time ends. Oh, this one, sorry. Strike an enemy for 296 damage. If you strike a target from the rear, you reduce their movement speed by 6%. If you're drawing in blood, you curse, dealing 315 damage over 3 seconds. Then, so another 326 damage when the damage over time ends. Also, I don't think there's a time where I'm like, Sork isn't working. Better get on my DPS dock. Yeah, that's fair. That's fair.
I can still teach you a lesson or two.
Your dog tripped the fuck out though. I know you and Tommy like the goggles. Not for me. I just can't get into them. I do like this sword. That's the Xiphos of the Lady. It's from the tier 1 lair. Goggle feel like they don't fit this universe. No, they do fit the universe. Like, engineers have goggles. Those definitely feel like they make sense. But it feels like humans or dwarves probably makes the most sense on. But I don't know. Like, if you're capable of working with glass and making glass see-through, they make a lot more sense if you're doing any sort of stonework or woodwork or anything like that. Just because people generally like to keep their eyes working. So I'm a science wizard.
A chance to do. Return victorious.
No, I'm DPS. Double sword. Yeah, don't go crazy. I do shield though, so there's that.
Always beware.
Ugh. Farm gold to get 5 Warp Gate Blacks on Destro this year? Why? Like, I... Outside of a status thing, I don't understand Warp Gate Black, because I personally don't think it looks that good.
Go prove yourself. For the Raven God. On blood. The gods have tasked you. Here's what I need. Raven God calls.
Like, when you use the, like, spectral dyes, they wash out, like, the texture on the material, or on the armor. And it just looks weird, in my opinion. Tried it on Sork's outfit, and I think I like it way more than Bloodletter Red. What was it? Blood of Anmir Red is the one I saw that I kind of liked. It's just a really vibrant red. I'm wondering how defensive I could go if I go Shield Doc. If I try to go like a healer. Please save yourself. Well, worst case scenario, I feel like the AoE, like if I go damage, I could be absolutely fine. Do screenshot of DM on both red and black. Just feel like black looks better. Um, yeah, the black does look better. I think the problem is the bracers you have don't look like they die. So they stay gray. Although they kind of match your staff, so there's kind of a trade-off there.
There you are. Ronald bless you. I ain't getting any younger.
You don't really need damage because the first part of life tap hits regardless of anything. Oh, I had leeching 3% renown gloves on from the fort. Ah, gotcha, gotcha. Oh, I need to do Book of Boom on this character, don't I?
Your destiny awaits.
Well, so I'm kind of conflicted. I'm wondering if I can do damage and healing. That's my current thinking. Or like defensive. You got any favorite live event? I don't know if I've done enough of the events to really be able to tell. Analyst event? Definitely not my favorite. It's incredibly complicated. Like, definitely more than it needs to be. I'm not anywhere near Biss, but even fully defensive and 50% block, I get absolutely 50% block and you're getting steamrolled? That sucks. Have you tried stacking armor talismans, by any chance? Because that was one of my thoughts, was maybe that could work.
The Raven God calls. Onward to blood and glory.
Gear isn't good enough for that kind of money sink. Well, you can get like 100K. Well, what kind of gear were you in? Oh. Oh, you're gonna... You'll get run over as a tank if you're in Sentinel. Oh, I'm going to the wrong place. It's just so far off from viable there. No real hope as far as I'm concerned. That's fair. I'm going to get this character at least to Dark Promise before I, like, make a call on it.
Infinite darkness.
Because if nothing else, I like the DPS, the AoE DPS. Because having the, like, extra crit and extra crit damage and stuff like that is really nice. Ground rank 60 on top of it. Oh, I'm to the wrong place.
No more. Please, no more.
Welcome back. You know, I don't think this scenario happens average time 2 minutes 28 seconds. I think that may be there to scam us.
The gods have tasked you. Return victorious. Be worthy of the Raven God.
You again. You seek a guide. What you after? Want something, do ya?
The gods have tasked you. Here's what I need you to do.
Alrighty.
A chance to do good. Raven God calls. The bird god has promised his people much. You wish to leave?
So Khaine Valley, Prague. Oh, they're sieging Prague now.
Your destiny awaits. The gods have tasked you. A chance to do good. On to battle. The gods have tasked you. How will you prove yourself? Raven God calls. Good looting.
Oh. Right.
Your destiny awaits.
I just remembered a quest. Let's see. Where's tier 1? Alright. Looks like once that caps, I can go do that. Alright. Oh, no, I'm doing the travel quests. You can't do the tier 3 scouting quests if the zone's not active, to my understanding.
You can serve me. This is your assignment. Here is your chance to earn my favor. Let's hope I was right.
Oh, the hidden quests? I don't know about them, then.
A chance to do good. Till battle we are.
When this caps and Elfin Light unlocks, I'm gonna do Yokes on You. Because that might be... Once that happens, it might be enough to level me. Sure. I'd be down. Okay.
Raven God calls. Take it to the enemy. Good hunting. Welcome, traveler.
Hey, this is Warhammer Online: Return of Reckoning. It is a private server for a game called Age of Reckoning that shut down sadly in 2013. The private server was started in 2014, so as of a few weekends ago, they're celebrating their 12-year anniversary of the server. Part of staying in the good graces of the IP holder, if you're familiar with how private servers happen to get whacked by the people that hold their IP, the IP holder knows about this server and is completely okay with it, provided they do not attempt to monetize the server. Oh, that's cool. Here, I'll check this.
Raven God calls. Be worthy of the Raven God. Return victorious.
Oh, you're welcome. If you're interested in trying out the game, returnofreckoning.com, there's a big join us button on the side, and there's step-by-step instructions how to get started. But it's completely free, and honestly, even if it ends up not being your cup of tea, it's a really fun game, and you'll get at least a few hours out of it. Oh, nice. I didn't know these existed.
A chance to do good. You again. The gods have tasked me.
Oh, kill 25 enemy players. Okay. Well, I guess that ends that one for now. This is the closest thing I've seen to WoW in interface and gameplay is active player base. Yes. Right now, the active player base is a little lower, only because they just ended a 3-week-long event, and that event is used for grinding out best in slot jewelry pieces. So, like these slots right here. And a lot of people burn themselves out a little bit, and it usually takes the server about 2 to 3 weeks to really bounce back. But when the server is at like normal, you're looking at like 2.5 to 3K active daily users. This came out in 2008, I believe, a little bit before Wrath of the Lich King, definitely overshadowed by Wrath of the Lich King. You also play COA. I don't know what that acronym is.
I have opportunities for you. I have a task for you. Let's hope I was right to trust you.
Oh, the WoW private server for Project Ascension, Conquest of Azeroth? No. So I have not played any private server for WoW. And I'm a little disinclined to, only because, well, you're not allowed to stream it, really, for the private servers. They do have some, like, really interesting concepts, though, for their servers. Well, we're looking for search for more in Carinth. Speak with him when found. Oh, is he hiding on the boat? Oh, you're welcome. Have a good day. There's 025. Okay. So, do all of the war camps have these, or is it just the tier 3 war camps? I think it's all tier 2 and tier 3 war camps. That's awesome. There's so much really cool PvE stuff in this game that people just ignore. Shadowlands? Okay.
Do you seek advancement?
Do you come in truce? What do you seek?
Oh, the bramble. Slaughter your enemies in the Shadowlands, Alarion, or the Phoenix Gate until you find any signs of Thunderhoof. Return to Reaver. Also, PvP quest needs a quest item from a player kill on tier 2 elf. Or the Phoenix Gate scenario, which I don't think is in the normal rotation. Usland. Is this the body over here? Oh, not that one, this one. So, what? Shadowlands, Ostland. Which Greenskin zone would we go to now? What is this quest line for? So these are secret quests, like hidden quests in the war camps of tier 2 and tier 3. And at the end of these quest lines, they each give 30 war crests. Oh, no worries. Bombling is showing me around. There we go. Martians of Madness. Yeah, there's evidently one for each of the war camps and each of the pairings in tier 2 and tier 3.
Oi, oi, oi!
Now we go to the Barak camp. There's a quest in tier 1 too. What CPE? Oh, Cape Quest in tier 1 too. Okay, I gotcha. I do know there is a cape from the final secret boss of the tutorial dungeon.
Who's your boss?
It looks pretty cool.
Sort of. Get a move on!
Yeah, well that makes sense. Considering they give whatchamacallums war crests at the end of the quest chain. Sorry, one sec. Wait. Blackfire Pass.
Yeah? You're off.
Thanks, Twitch. Twitch just gave me an email reminding me that my subscription to Turbo will be renewing soon. It renewed earlier today.
What's yous looking at? Don't do nothing, Stu.
I've got something for you to do. Boss, on your way. Get on with it.
Oh, you haven't done this one before? Cool. $180 crests. What, 30 times 6? Yeah, 180 crests. I am 29. the next cave.
And they call it a mine. A mine!
Honestly, what would you think if they put a PQ in each, or like one or two PQs in each RVR lake, and those contributed to the zone? That might be kind of cool. Because everybody hops on and does like the event PQs in the RVR lakes. What if those were just like permanent? Stunty blast and stuff. Oh! Oh, choose one. Okay. 40 War Crests or boots. Level 35 boot. That's pretty cool. It's a little bit of a bummer that it's the boots, because you can generally buy those off the auction house, though. It's entirely possible that they changed them since they are PvP to require player kills for everything, which makes sense. And Destro needs to hurry up and cap Ekrun and Mount Bloodhorn. Alright, well, thank you for showing me those. So, Thorbeck's Assassin, Keeping Secrets, Cousins Twice Removed, Find Eagletons, Medicant, Painting the Tower. Wait, am I missing one? Shouldn't there be 6? Did we miss one? Thorbeck's Assassin was in Talbek Land. Keeping Secrets was in Avalorn. Painting the Tower is Blackfire Pass. So those the 3 tier 3s. Cousin Twice Removed is Shadowlands. That's Elf tier 2. This is Empire tier 2. Barak? Wait, what? No. That's Blackfire Pass. So, Talbek Land. Maybe it's just not on my list right here. One, two, three, four, 5. Didn't we get one in Barak Var? Fighting into water. 1, 2, 3, 4, 5. Oh, Painting the Tower is a different color. Alright, no, there's 6. There's 6. I'm tired. And that one's not on the tracker. Okay, that's what's going on. And wrong place. Maybe Order will take it. As long as somebody takes it. Hey, Moni's here.
Hail Khaine!
I got no shinies. No shinies at all, boss.
That's the quest I'm after.
Huh? What you want? I's got a job for ya.
I like this quest. Yoke's on You is a good quest.
What you after? Good riddance.
I think they need a Empire version and a Elf version. Three-piece set giving 472 armor bonus. Oh, hold on.
Your destiny awaits. Till that. You seek a guide. A chance to do good. You wish to leave? May your fights be long and glorious.
I've got something for you to do. Get on with it. Thinks you can do it. This is the job. This is what I want.
Huh? What do you want? Don't do it! Just do what I say! This is the job!
What you's looking at?
got something for you to do. Who's your boss? Do this or I'll smash ya. Want something, do ya? Don't hold on.
I got something for you to do. Go do it. This is the job. I's got a job for ya. Go throw yourself in a room.
What you after? Huh? What you want? What you's looking at? Go do it. Just do what I say. This is what I want. Do this or I smash you. Who's your boss? You better do it good. Get on with it. This is the job. This is what I want. This is the job.
All right, we got a long run. But at the end of it, well, not the end of it. Before the end of it, I'll be 30. Ugh.
What do you want? What's you's looking at? Get on with it. I've got something for you to do. Watch your back. Sling your rope. Do this, or I'll smash you.
The greenskin zones really are the most annoying to traverse. So, some weirdness happened earlier, so I'm just testing this. Right now I'm doing DPS. I'm gonna try healing on it, though. Like, next weekend when I play it again, I will probably try to do a gun bad as a healer. I got a Zealot and a Chamois to level 15, but I hate healing. I'm not a big fan of it myself. Alright, so that's going to slowly degrade.
What you want? Show it something. Just do what I say. Forgo.
So I only have 3 classes that aren't 40 right now on Destro. Witch Elf, which is 33, my Disciple of Khaine, which is now 30, and my Blackguard, which I think is 17. I don't know. The only times I've ever really been into healers is when they've been weird healers. So, I don't know. Maybe I'll like Doc. Specifically, if I like Doc, it would probably be Shield Doc. Or be some weird build with Chalice. Well, no, I'm talking about, so... One of the healers I liked was the Mystic from Terra Online. And the way they healed, they threw moats on the ground. And then the party would have to run over to a moat and interact to pick it up. And they would consume it, and they would gain mana or health depending on the color of the moat. Then I had a triple stack poison that I would use on whatever they were fighting, and I had a large AoE pulsing healing totem. And then there was some other stuff they had also, but like that to me was really fun. Where I was doing more than just healing. And I think that's what's really boring for me is when I'm a healer and the only thing I do is healing. Because the other healer I really liked was a Nightblade healer in Elder Scrolls Online that I used some of the vampire abilities for. Because I would deal damage to replenish my health, and then I would use my health to cast my healing abilities. That was really fun to me. So I had to maintain my health to heal the party. And then to maintain my own health, I had to deal damage. That was fun.
Hey, what you looking at? I's got a job for you.
So maybe having to maintain this second soul essence thing by dealing, like, using Essence Slash and stuff like that, maybe I can find me a build in this that I really like healer. Which would be neat. Because healers are definitely needed.
I've got something for you to do. Get on with it. This is what I want. You better do it good. What you looking at? Huh? What you want? Just do what I say. Yeah? Don't puke. Want something, do ya? Good riddance. I've got something for you to do.
What are you up to? I am finishing out the travel quests for Greenskin in Tier 2 and Tier 3. Because I had a little while left on this Apprentice Boon left, so I wanted to get these out of the way. But hey, I did get to 3027 on the dock. It's not too bad. From starting them from 1-1 today. 11, well, not quite, like 10 hours ago.
Who's your boss?
I definitely think with the changes to... If I did another 24-hour like stream of leveling 0 to 40, I think I would clear 24 hours way more than I would have previously. The scenario change is massive. Scenarios. The weekend event scenario. Like, I've done PvP scouting stuff, but I've also taken time to go do a fort. I've taken time to go do some side quests. And, in fairness, I've missed some queue pops. So, if I, like, specifically sat down to level... Would you knock it off? If I specifically sat down to level up, I I think I would clear the previous time by quite a bit. Because previously, when I would start the leveling streams, I'd start around 10 o'clock my time. I didn't start till, what, 11 hours ago? So 3 minus 3 is noon. It's 8. So I didn't start till like 4 p.m. Holy shit, I started late. But yeah, it looks like I didn't start till around 4 p.m. my time. So I would have gotten easily another, what, if I started at like 9 or 10? 4, and then like another 4? No, not 4. Math. Math hard. Extra 3? So an extra 7 hours? So I could be like 18 hours deep at this point if I had done it. Honestly, I think I would be at minimum 36 to 38 had I started earlier, if not 40 already. The changes to scenarios have absolutely made this go faster. Because before, you could be running all sorts of buffs and stuff, but if it was a lost scenario, you were going to get, like, no renown whatsoever. Like, under the old system, with the amount of losses I've had today, I'd probably be, like, 22 instead of 27. Under the old scenario system. Spike Spore Mushroom? What? No. Okay, that's way easier. Well, you gotta run through the PQ first. Maybe it's not that easier. There's no way you can grab the quest out here, though, is there?
What's used of that?
So there's a quest. I just did a couple of videos on it, but there's a quest in Mount Gunbad to get Spike Spore and Bloodfang mushrooms. And they're just sitting out here on the road. Green ooze mushrooms as well, which they're not as good. Spike Spore mushrooms and Bloodfang mushrooms. Well, that's good to know. I think it's kind of annoying there's a PQ in the way, but there was a way around that PQ. It's not hard to do it in the dungeon, but... What level am I now? I am 30. Career 30, Renown 27.
want? Don't you?
Perhaps we can aid each other. I have a task for you. I have opportunities for you. Perhaps we can aid each other. Do you seek advancement? Seek favor, power, and the downfall of your foes? You had better not fail. Excellent. Perhaps we can aid each other. Why are you still here? You had better not fail.
That's not a quest I want. Dang it. Oh, I gotta do that quest. Okay, I forgot. We're doing the best quest in the game. The yoke's on you. You have to scout every battle objective of the Blighted Isle as a chicken. And you can only scout it while it's an active PvP zone. But I only have 400 health, so I absolutely can get like 2-shot. What do I get from this? The quest gives 63,262 XP, and I'm going to get an additional 30k on top of that because I have a scroll that increases my XP gain by 50%. So I'm going to gain like 90k experience, which is not quite a fourth of my... It's more than 20% of my level. But the problem is, if you do this at normal times, I would get 1 to 2 shot by players here. And while I can peck them, I peck them for very low amounts. That's why when you saw, if you saw the person running by with the supply earlier, I was hiding over the edge of the cliff. Because I'm easy pickings for anybody running through this zone on order. So I'm at 42%. Did I go to the wrong zone? Yes, I did. Blackfire Pass. I went to the wrong zone.
I got no shinies. No shinies at all, boss.
So 63. So I got 21%. 94,893 experience. And it gives you a title. Where is it? Run, don't balk. Finish your daring chicken run. Run, don't balk.
Want something, do ya? Don't piss.
I have a task for you. Go away. I have opportunities for you. This is your assignment. This is how you can serve me. Do you seek advancement? Let's hope I was right to trust you. Oh, I didn't know the commander kept a head.
Do you seek advancement? Here is a generous offer.
I have opportunities for you. Leave me now.
Perhaps we can aid each other. You bore me. I have opportunities for you. Why are you still here? Here is your chance to earn my favor.
All right. I think that's probably where I'm going to call it. We just passed the 11 and a half hour, and I'm kind of tired. It's almost 3:30 a.m. here. Thank you everybody for hanging out. We are going to go ahead and, on the Twitch side, we're going to go ahead and raid somebody else. It's not really a thing on YouTube, so thank you all for hanging out. I will be streaming again probably Wednesday, but definitely Thursday. It just depends on what's going on. Normally I stream Wednesday through Sunday, but I've been trying to catch up on stuff in real life, so I've been slowing down a little bit. So I've started taking Wednesdays off to keep stuff going. New videos out. Hopefully the new player guide, the first video in that for this, comes out really soon. Should be the next couple days. I've got it mostly scripted out. I just need to get the filming and the background shots and stuff for it. Thank you again. If you're not already subscribed over on YouTube, please consider doing that. If you're not following over on Twitch, please consider doing that. Also, I have TikTok and Instagram, although it's mostly just the same stuff that's on YouTube. I hope everybody has a good rest of their weekend. Well, I guess the weekend's over. I hope everybody has a good week. Let's do this. Same category. Oh, just Karn the Drunker. Alright. Hope everybody has a good week. I will see you maybe Wednesday, definitely Thursday. Alright. See ya. Alright, make sure the raid's going through, and start. Alright, bye YouTube!